Tapar Institute. Uh, for the Dr. Sophie Gangli from Tapar Institute, for all the presenter, they will have only 20 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A session. Thank you. Now I'm going to pass my microphone to Dr. Sophie Gangli from Tapar Institute. Time is yours.
Uh, Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all the dignitaries, and good morning to the participants in this particular international seminar. Myself, Dr. Shobik Ganguly. I'll be sharing my screen. I hope that I'm audible to all. Okay. So, myself, Dr. Shobik Ganguly. I'm serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Instrumentation Engineering at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, that is situated in Punjab, and it's in India. So my talk title today is on big data and its applications in smart education. So before going into the topic, let us understand the educational sector, or how is the situation globally. The global outbreak of COVID-19, or the pandemic that we are undergoing, has seriously affected our education sectors. So our schools, our colleges, and other educational institutes were shut down as a part of the preventive measure. And due to their closure, all the students, they are studying from their home, and they are being affected from the academically initially. And there was no way out for studying through the conventional methods. So the education sector, they started looking for an alternative, and hence switched to the smart education systems. The conduction of laboratories, lectures started also through online mode as well. And not just schools and colleges, but the same. Yes. Any problem?
No, sir, just go ahead.
Go on, go on,
Okay,
go on.
okay. Thank you, thank you. So it's not just that the schools and the colleges, but the seminars, the research conferences, they were also affected too. So the pandemic compelled us to switch to a smarter mode, and so that they can take place virtually through online mode. That's why we have assembled today also. So a little bit of a brief profile about my background, although you can all access today's world, you can all access these informations in through Google Scholar as well. So I had done my BTech in electrical engineering, my MTech in mechatronics, and completed my PhD in the area of system identification and control. You can check my email IDs as well. You can get in touch with me as well. So let's move on into the topic. This is basically the outline of the presentation that I am going to deal with. We will first introduce the concept of big data and its operation. We will have the discussion on the 6 V's that are available in big data analytics, and we will discuss a few things that are associated with big data in our smart education environment. That is online lectures, the learning management system, the virtual laboratories, or the webinars, and the e-conferences as well. So first of all, coming to the big data analytics and its operation. So it is used for analyzing a very large amount of data quickly and perform some operations on it. The proper working is based on the 5 steps which we have shown over here, and which follow a continuous cycle. The first step is the collection of data, of course, where the data is collected from the different sources available. As the data starts accumulating, the integration process is being carried out, where the information from the sources is being integrated. So after the integration, the data is being managed, where it is segregated and it is being stored. Then the stored data can be analyzed based on the type of operation desired, and finally some decision is being taken. So this is how the big data cycle operation goes. The importance of big data analytics rose as the conventional data analyzing processes were not able to provide satisfactory results for large data. The size of data in big data analytics may reach up to some zettabytes. And when the schools and the colleges hold an online lecture, there are a large number of students who are taking part. The same is the case with the webinars and the e-conferences. For handling all these participants at the same time, big data analytics is used as an online platform, and which organizes the structures and available data. So coming to this concept of the 6 V's, the properties of the big data, they can be understood by the 6 V's that we have declared over here. And these are the my volume, variety, velocity, veracity, and value, as well as variability. Initially, they started with the concept of 3 V's and gradually moved on for the others. So let us take up one by one. Volume represents the amount of data it can handle, which can rise up to several zettabytes. And variety represents the different types of data that can be processed, which are to be processed. The data may be structured, it may be semi-structured, it may be unstructured as well. Velocity is the speed with which the data is being processed, and is probably the most important amongst all the V's declared. Veracity represents the correctness of the data, as the process of the wrong data may end in some irregularities as well. Value, basically it denotes the identification of the data which has some value. And not all the datas contain values, but they may be quite important to us as well. Variability is used for processing of the data in a multiple ways. So these are about the 6 V's that we discussed now. And let's move on to the different modes in which your big data is being supporting your infrastructure for the smart education. So first of all, the online lectures. The pandemic situation presented a great challenge as well as an opportunity in disguise in front of educational institutions to keep the education pace moving. The pandemic situation shunned all the schools and the colleges, which can be considered as a great decision, as it reduced the contact of the children from each other, as well as the staff members of the schools and the colleges, and reduced the number of people gathering in a particular place. And it also protected the children who were considered to have a considerably weaker immune system as compared to the adults. The challenge was gradually overcome by the organization of classes and lectures through online mode, and hence shifting towards smart education. The opportunity was presented that it would shift the paradigm from the conventional classes towards smart classes. And India has constantly been working towards the development of smart classes, and this is a period which has proved to be of great importance in terms of that shift. All the schools and the colleges, no matter which grade they are in, they are being teaching or started the delivery of lectures and through online mode. The online lectures being organized and with the help of some application softwares, and or with the use of smartphones or computers or desktops likewise. So an active internet connection is definitely required, and the students need to create his account on that particular platform. So the instructor will act as a host for the session, and which has to be scheduled by him. The link for joining the session has to be provided by the instructor to the students who needs to join the lecture at the scheduled time. After joining the session, the students can find their option for microphone or webcam, and through which they will communicate. And it is dependent upon, of course, the instructor or the host how to decide whether the students should be allowed to use their microphones, or they may be muted at times when the lecture is being delivered. And likewise, so you need to have the organized materials. You have to sit in a comfortable place. You need to have the online platform being used judiciously as well. So this is about online lecture. Let's move on into another interesting part, by virtue of which we will be able to deliver this online lectures, that is the learning management system. So when the uh, schools and the colleges, they started conducting their lectures through online mode, system or a platform is definitely required, which could manage the delivery of materials to the students, provide the links for the lectures, and the students take the submission of the assignments from the students, and so on. So one of the systems is what is popular as of today, is called learning management system, or LMS we call it. It is usually a customizable software for the management, tracking, delivery, reporting of different educational programs. LMS can be considered as a direct link between the educational institute and the smart education system. With the incorporation of LMS, various activities based on the actions of schools and colleges can directly be controlled, and and the direct contact can be ensured with the students at sitting at remote locations. This is there are three aspects, as you may see. That is, one is learning part, and one is a managing part, and the third is a system. So there are three segregations as well. And as it is being mentioned, it is a customizable software. It is nowadays being developed by most of the educational institutes by themselves. It's a web based or an application based platform where the teacher can conduct any distance classes. They can circulate the course related materials. They can send their lecture recorded videos, and they can also forward the assignments along with their due dates as well. So it is a very good practice. We have been using this particular software as well for conducting our classes online, where the students can sit at their home and attend the classes, and they can give their feedback. They can submit their lab assignments and all through this particular platform. So this is all about learning management system for this side. Since I'm from engineering background, and I teach a course which has some laboratory sections, so obviously there is a requirement for a virtual laboratory. We are still to conduct the softwares. We are not using any software at this point of time because it's a hardware laboratory. So we have to conduct the experiments online. We need to have the apparatus ready for us, the connections ready for us, show the readings to the students, and finally they are to take the readings and they need to submit the assignment at the stipulated date. So they are being explained, first of all, the experiment. They are being told about the theory, the circuit diagram, or whatever necessary things that are related to the experiments first. And after the briefing about the experiment, they are to conduct it in front of us. And after that, their readings are being taken and they are being provided with the readings so that they can complete the assignment. They have to draw the necessary conclusions, and finally come up with the completion of the assignment as well. So these are about the virtual laboratories. We can also have some application software related to the virtual laboratories. Few of our premier institutes in India, they are being purchasing this virtual laboratories. They're conducting the experiments online. They have the use of augmented reality and all those stuffs, virtual reality and augmented reality, and that where they are being exposed to the laboratory experiments. They have the 3D vision of the laboratory experiments online as well. Coming to the webinars, these are the most frequently occurring event these days, and these are the sessions where uh, uh, they are they're the sessions where either your participants try to obtain a solution of any problem via a discussion made by the panel, and it is being organized to provide informations or even some advancements in any topic of any particular field. the participants may attain them as a part of their academics and or due to their interest in that particular field. So the COVID-19 has affected the seminars, and also pre-scheduled the webinars were also cancelled. So the major importance of these seminars lies in the fact that the critical information is being provided through these sessions or any field, which makes the participants technically sound in that field as the session is being delivered by an expert. Hence, the learning cycle of the students was also even badly affected. And moving towards a smart education system, the solution was proposed as a use of online mode for the seminar, and it is popularly called webinars. Webinars were also existing, but it was not so popular as the seminars or the live interactions with the audience. So the question arises on how to decide the various aspects regarding the seminar. So that's why the figure has been provided, which provides an answer of how to think or how to execute a seminar in a step-by-step manner. So let's go on to the other aspects of the e-conferences also. We can have the e-conferences too, and where a theme has to be decided. And usually conferences play an important role in publishing our research articles, and many research scholars and academic professors, they are indulged in some research work and look forward for it. So whenever there is a conference being organized, the participants usually entries as well. So, keeping these factors into consideration, the organizing institutes have either postponed their conferences with the present global pandemic, or have either cancelled or has cancelled it. So these aspects have created a lot of problems, particularly in the research fraternity, and the only solution is to shift to a smart education system and through some online or the virtual conferences, or which we are calling as the e-conferences. And gradually these problems will definitely be addressed, and a legitimate solution uh, will be proposed. So like any other offline conference, all the research articles, they will be finalized after receiving the final draft of the article, including all the necessary changes that are being asked by the reviewers. And then a form can be circulated to the participants about their details, and if more people have written the article, they will be asked that who will be presenting the paper and so on. And after collection of this data, all the participants should be sent the necessary details for the conference, which which which
Yes,
may
mister, you still have 5 minutes left
okay,
for
sure,
presentation.
okay. Okay. So all the participants are usually welcomed, and the opening ceremony takes place. The speech of the guest speaker takes place, which is who is organizing from the institute. And after the completion of the ceremony, the presentations run in parallel sessions, where the participants, they need to join the session with a separate link and provided to them based on the category of the articles or the technical session they are in. The candidates wait for their turn, and each of them are usually given some stipulated amount of time for the presentation of the article. And at the end, the panel asks a few questions to the presenter, and then the audience is also being allowed to ask a few questions as well. So all these presentations, when they are finished, a validatory session will take place. And finally, the conferences are usually organized for 2 or 3 days, and it may have a morning and an evening session as well. And the presentation, when the presentation finishes, your validatory session will take place, and some keynote speakers, they can also deliver their speech, and some encouraging remarks from in the form of prizes of the various sessions are being declared or distributed to the winning participants. And finally the closing takes place. So this is about we go in for the conferences, but preferably they are taking place as e-conferences uh, or your virtual conferences. So these are some of my research publications for you to work on, or for you to get encouraged. and most of the students, they are working, they are undergraduate students under me, and they are working very hard these days in this pandemic situation, and they are doing excellent job, and they are bringing about great publications. So that's all from my side. Let me stop sharing my screen and take a few questions if there is any.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice presentation today. It's about big data and its application, smart education. And what I got from your explanation is you have seven you have 7 line for presentation. The first is big data analytical and its cycle of operation. 6V in big data analytical, online lectures, learning management system, virtual laboratories, webinar, and a conference. And what I attract in this in this seminar is online lectures, as you have mentioned that we have to find a quiet place for attending class, because we know that um, we can do our class in the disruption place, and also we
Yeah,
have to use the good online platform. So
yeah,
here we have one question.
yeah.
We
Please.
have one question actually. Um, from Mr. Ibnu Hajar from the question is, how do we conduct the webinar conference in remote area? Because we know that not all place have a good or a strong internet connection.
Yeah, internet connection is a prime requirement, definitely. Uh, I think that we are not facing any problem in our university campus, and mostly the rural people are usually affected in this particular scenario as well. And those schools who do not have these facilities, and we at India also, we are facing this particular problem when it comes to the government colleges or something of that sort. There is a problem, definitely. This is a gray area still to be, because all of us don't have the smartphones, right? So we are not economically sound enough to provide internet connection to each and every community at large. So this is a little bit of problem when while conducting the webinars. And I told you in my discussion as well that internet connection is definitely a big requirement, and that's why we are associating the big data with smart education as well. So it is not reaching to the masses as of now, but still we'll make some try from the administration part. This is a part not related to us, so this is a part related to the administration or the country to look into this issue, so that the education or the smart education can be provided to the masses. That's all from my side. Anything else?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the explanation. And now,
Okay.
Thank you for your nice presentation.
okay, thank you for the nice presentation, sir. That's because of our time is limited, so maybe we can
Yeah, sure.
on to the second speaker. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, ma'am.
Okay, now. Okay, now I'm going to invite Mr. Albert Kadis Bulawat ADG from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Philippines. Are you with us, Sir Albert?
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Good morning from
Morning.
okay.
Morning.
You
Wait,
can start.
is it
Is it
me
me
who
or
is
is it
echoing?
Hello.
Hello,
hello? Is it me who
echoing?
Sorry.
I'm asking if it was me who is echoing. There was an echo.
Please close the other mics so you will avoid the echo.
Well, let me see first.
Okay, hello. Am I
Hello?
audible now?
Yes, we listen. We hear you.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Bulawat, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. By the way, good morning, everybody. And apologies for coming in late because I had some internet connection. For a moment, my device is malfunctioning. I cannot actually work on it very well. Give me some time, please.
Okay.
Uh, I'm having I'm having difficulty using my device. It's malfunctioning as of the moment for a while. Uh, can you guys see my screen now? I am presenting my PowerPoint.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just started.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Thank you so
Just
much.
a few seconds. Just a few seconds.
Uh, I'm currently opening it.
We not see your PPT, Albert.
You cannot see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while, please.
Yeah. Don't worry. Thank you, Doctor. Happy to see you here.
why can't why can't I have it here?
Just try now to share your screen.
Uh,
You can do it.
yes. Thank you so much. What about this one? Can you guys
Yeah,
see my
yeah,
presentation
yeah.
Yeah,
now?
now.
We got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You see, my device is not working very well. It's not cooperating with me.
Yes, because only a half.
All right. So let me begin my presentation. Good morning, by the way. Again, I'm sorry for coming in late. So
Mm.
my topic will be about the COVID-19 and education challenges and the opportunities. So some challenges that we encounter in the academe. I know all of us here are educators. Will be coming from basic ed to tertiary, whichever department we belong in or we belong to. I hope that you would get something from my presentation. And I know that these challenges are common to everybody. So let me go quick. So I'm Dr. Albert Cadiz Bulawat. You know me very well, and I'm giving due credit to the sources, to the researchers, where I lifted the information that I'll be presenting with you. So everything that I'll be presenting are research based. These are empirical data gathered from published researches.
Albert, wait a minute.
All right.
Wait a minute,
So
Doctor.
today's objectives will be about we'll be discussing challenges faced by. Yes, ma'am. Anything?
We just only see just a half of your screen.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Which one? Which one, madam? I'm actually presenting the entire PowerPoint.
Look at my WhatsApp. Just look like this is on your screen now. I sent to your
We see the half of the
only
presentation.
the half, Doctor.
Oh,
The
sorry.
left one. Mm.
Wait. My God, what happened to my device? Last night I did my dry run. It
Okay.
was working very well.
Take easy.
Never mind.
No,
You can close it and join
I,
again. And it will be okay.
I did.
Okay. Let's go.
You know, when you are in a hurry, your device does not cooperate.
Yeah.
But I'm so
Don't
sorry,
worry.
ma'am. You just only have 20 minutes for presentation.
Yeah. Wait,
Okay.
We are
moderator.
going.
Yeah, I did.
We're still waiting for
Because
your presentation.
yeah, I thought I'll be the fifth speaker. Apologies. I mean, I'm very sorry.
Take easy.
Yes, this is beyond our control. because last night I did my dry run. I'm presenting now, but it's working very slowly. Apologies.
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
Never mind. Go on. Or you can send the presentation to a presenter to share it from his device.
Yes, ma'am. You can send your presentation for the host, so they will try to help you. They're going to help you
Yeah,
to
yeah.
share your presentation.
Yeah, sure. I'm doing it now. Sorry, everybody. Sorry for wasting your time. My goodness.
Okay, never
It's
mind.
okay.
Take easy, doctor.
I am. Thank you. Let me use another device. Let me try this one. Yeah, I'm trying to send it to Mutaima.
Yeah. Same to me.
Okay. Can we have the next if you are guys uh tired of waiting, can we have the next speaker for a while or you wanna wait for me?
Moderator, maybe you can windy to the next speaker,
Maybe,
Dr.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
sorry,
While I'm
Esther.
switching
Maybe
the
we can
device.
move to the next
Okay,
speaker,
okay,
and then
okay.
I'll call you back for
Yeah,
presentation.
Yes, yeah.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so
Sorry,
sorry.
sorry.
While you are preparing your presentation for today. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so guys, today we move now we move to our the next speaker is Mrs. Fides del Castillo, ED from De La Salle University, Manila. And okay, Dr. Fides, you have 20 minutes for presentation. Time is yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. It's nice to
Hello.
see all of you, and I'm really happy to be invited in this conference. First, I would like to thank the organizer through Dr. Mutmaina and Dr. Andy for inviting me here. So I'm going to present to you my presentation. It's entitled Opportunities and Challenges of Service Learning in Higher Education. First, allow me to share that I am from De La Salle University, Manila. And our university is the hub in the Asia Pacific and in Asia for the service learning, which is under Universitate. Our university also is conducting service learning. It's integrated in different academic programs. So we are part of this organization. We call it Uniservitate. Is the goal is actually to promote service learning in the curriculum. Basically, it's because we want people to really promote service and community engagement, the different experiences people in their own curriculum academics. I'm also part of a network of professional researchers and educators. We are actually um, working on community engagement. We are
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you speak louder? Because your voice not clear here.
okay. I will do. Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Go on.
Okay, so I'm also part of the network of professional researchers and educators. So we are partnered with different organizations that is catering to other community engagement and service learning. So some of our advocacy is to support students who are part of the inclusive education, especially those who are in need, those who are financially challenged. Allow me to present to you some of the opportunities and at the same time challenges of service learning in higher education. So since most of us here are from different universities and coming from different colleges. The first one is allow me to share with you what service learning is. According to Jacobi in 1996, it is a form of experiential education in which students engage in activities that address human and community needs together with structured opportunities intentionally designed to promote student learning and development. So it means that it's really designed to promote service learning and community engagement so that the students will be able to learn from it. According to the National Society for Experiential Education, it says that service learning is any carefully monitored service experience in which a student has intentional learning goals and reflects actively on what he or she is learning throughout the experience. So that means there should be a reflection, there should be a continuous learning as they go through the experience. From the Corporation of National Service, service learning, or according to them, is a method under which students learn and develop through active participation in thoughtfully organized service experiences that meet actual community needs that are integrated into the students' academic curriculum, or provide structured time for reflection that enhance what is taught in school by extending student learning beyond the classroom and into the community. So once again, if we talk about service learning, it talks about the experiences of service which the students are actively engaging in their academic curriculum towards their community. Now, this is a typology coming from Sigmund in 1994 about service learning. So if you'll find here the bold letters, no, the biggest letter, if we talk about service and then bold letter learning, it means that learning goals is primarily service outcomes. The service is secondary. While if we highlight service and then lesson, the learning secondary, that is still it's not too balanced. The third typology is small words for service learning, which means service learning is, but it's totally separated from each other. And the best way to have a balance of service learning is to have a service learning that is goal with equal weight, and each enhances others for all participants. And this is actually a pyramid. If we will be looking at Foucault, this is adapted from his pyramid. The highest level of experiential learning continuum is actually service learning. It is where the beneficiary is the recipient and the provider. It means that the one benefiting are the students and the community that they are providing. And the main focus is both serving the community and the student learning in the university or in their academic or in their program. This is unlike the community service, the field education, tourism, and internship. So the highest level of working towards the community is what we call the service learning program. So if we will be focusing on in our universities, in our in education, if we will be focusing on service learning, it means there is an actual benefit to provider and recipient of service. There is an equal focus on the service and learning, and there must be an academic context that ensures that service enhances learning and learning enhances service. So there should be a balance for both. It also talks about integrate service and academic course content. So it means that it is actually included already in the curriculum, in our syllabus, in our courses, so that we'll be able to reflect on the engagement. This is also a way to, it's an assessment. It can also be a part of the strategy that we are actually doing in our classes, especially for the humanities and social sciences. And then actively guide and support students in critical reflection regarding integration of service and academic course content. Now, there are also some challenges, especially now that it's pandemic, right? A lot of our courses are done online. Here in the Philippines, in our university, since March, we had a lockdown. And starting that until now, we are doing full online classes, and we do not see the students face to face. So definitely one challenge would be the pandemic affected the service learning activities. Most of the students prior to the pandemic, they would go out of the school, they would teach in the public school, they would go to the different areas to help the communities, but now they cannot do that. So this is the limitation because of the current situation now. Another challenge is overcoming differences between among academics and the community. So there are differences that whenever we go to the community, of course, they have different purpose and they have different perspectives. So that's one challenge. Another challenge is initiating a project with the community. So right now, since it's online, it's quite difficult to initiate a project, especially to a community that they have not seen yet. So I think that is something that we have to reflect on, especially that we are having online classes. However, there are so many opportunities, especially now that there are challenges, and yet it can open doors. The first opportunity that I would like to share is education of residents. It means that education can still continue and service learning can still continue even we are online. Okay? The second opportunity is surfacing of new ideas. I remember there are several universities that try to continue the learning, and there are so, there are so many new ideas about it. They actually did a lot of. May I request the others to please turn off? Thank you, to mute their microphones. Okay. So another opportunity that surface is actually having advocacies online. So even though the students are learning through at home, people are working from home, they can still communicate through online platforms like this. The conference is a good avenue for learning while serving the community, right? So I think this is a good way for service learning. We learn from each other, and at the same time, this is a community engagement. This is a service of the organizer and the host to people who would like to learn. So I think this is a beautiful idea to continue. And gaining buy-in early on. So there are people who would actually buy to the idea and be able to continue this kind of opportunity. So as a conclusion, I would like to share 3 ways in order for service learning to benefit the different areas in our society. The first is service learning benefits the community. It enhances positive relationships with the institution. It also provides awareness, building of community issues, agencies, and constituents. There is also a contribution to positive exposure in the community, and service learning may help to secure outside funding. So there are a lot of funding, grants that we can actually look on. And then we also have the benefit for the institution, like our own colleges, like our own universities. It facilitates teaching. It facilitates research and program development. There is also an increase in institutions' awareness of societal issues. Every day, there are a lot of societal issues that we can relate into, right? from the health workers to the economy to poverty to a lot of things. And this can actually be related in our teaching, in our academic interest. So this is a beautiful benefit of service learning. It also engages faculty and students in local and state community issues. It provides opportunities to extend colleges' knowledge and resources. And lastly, this will be my last slide for the conclusion. For the students, the benefit can be, it can be applied in concepts from the academics to service. So that means it's not only theoretical, it's not only in the head level. It can be put into the heart and to the hands of the students. They can apply the concepts to real life situations. It also provides platforms to analyze and discuss civic values. I think all of us here, we live because we want to live a better life. And this is a beautiful way to analyze and discuss values. It increases also the sense of analytical skills for students. And lastly, it develops meaningful involvement with the local community. So I hope with this sharing, we were able to see some challenges amid the way. However, there are a lot of opportunities that we can have whenever we have service learning in the curriculum. So with that, thank you so much for your time and for listening. I am Dr. Fides del Castillo. If there are some questions, you can actually contact me through my email, fidesdelcastillo@gmail.com. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Fidel. Thank you for the nice presentation. It's about
Thank
service
you, Dr.
and
Fides.
opportunities and wait. Opportunity and challenge of service learning in higher education. And now we have one question from Mr. Rahman. It's about what kinds of facilities can we provide to develop students' insight or awareness to the global competitive era?
Okay. One way in order for us to do that is to have reflections. Whenever we ask them to do something, no, especially in our teaching, we can always allow them to do reflection. What we use is the See, Judge, Act framework whenever they reflect. Seeing means trying to analyze the skills, the things that is happening in the society. And then they try to judge using different perspectives. Let's say if you're from the social sciences or from the humanities or from the sciences, you use those perspectives in order for you to judge. And then eventually you have to act it out because this is service, there should be an action. So that is one way in order for us to do that. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, and then we know that
Thank you.
in pandemic, COVID-19 bring many effects, not only from economic, politic, and also in education. And now our student should study from home. And as a teacher, sometimes they got many complaints from the teacher. That's because of they say that they are not good to be a teacher. So how do you respond that?
Actually, that's true. It's not only, I think that's a general situation, right? We all experience that because teaching is now exposed to, outside the classroom. It's being seen in the online, in every homes. So I think what we can do is really to enhance our strategies in teaching, especially in online teaching. And we will be able to really prepare well, no? And of course, our students will be able to realize that teaching is so hard, no? It's a challenging task. So I think their understanding would be a requirement whenever we are teaching.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
for
you
your
so
time.
much. Thank you, Sundu.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mi.
And now I'm going to move to the next speaker. Um, okay. Dr. Bulawat.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. So, are you ready for presentation?
Yes, I am. Apologies. Yes, I
Uh,
am.
okay. Okay. So, maybe for this session, I'm going to pass my microphone to Dr. Bulawat to present his presentation.
All right. So thank you.
For Dr. Bulawat, time is sure
Thank
within
you.
20 minutes.
Okay, all right. So good morning once again. So like what I said earlier, my topic will be about some challenges and opportunities in the academe that we encounter. We might be encountering different challenges in the academe, but the main problem that we have now is how to deliver our lessons in the best way possible without compromising the quality of learning, despite being geographically apart from our students. So here are the
Speak slower,
objectives.
please.
Yeah. So these are the objectives of our session. We will be discussing some challenges again and some opportunities and then the global issues in on education. All right. Now let me begin my presentation with a quotation, and it's according to Dr. Tedros of the WHO or World Health Organization, and he said, "Pandemic is not a word to use lightly or carelessly. It is a word that, if misused, can cause unreasonable fear or unjustified acceptance that the fight is over, leading to unnecessary suffering and death." Simply put, this means that we should not take this pandemic for granted. I mean, uh, however, let's not make this a hindrance for us not to keep going and to move forward. We should always be, be optimistic in everything that we do. And let's remember that our task to deliver learning as educator is very crucial in these trying times. All right. Now, let me give you some data here that according to the UNESCO data, confinement measures result in or being in a quarantine resulted to 1,576,021,818 affected learners worldwide. And we have 91.3% of total enrolled learners. You see how much we have in the decreasing number of enrollees. And then there are 188 countrywide closures of schools. So that's very alarming. And the scenarios for the rest of the school year, according to the UNESCO, is here. Phased reopening, meaning that there will be schools that will postpone their school year or will totally close the schools. Or there will be students who will be partially be enrolled or be doing face-to-face instruction or face-to-face learning simply because they have special needs. For instance, these children with special needs or these students who are graduating who should be having their practicum at the end of the four-year course. And then we have the rotating schedule. So it varies from school to school and from country to country. But the key here is definitely there will be a a shift in paradigm, meaning that there will be face-to-face, there will be online, there will be blended. We will be adopting various learning modalities. And then we have voluntary attendance. We should not take the fear of the children for granted and the fear of the parents as well. Meaning if they are afraid to enroll their children, we should not be forcing them to enroll their child to school because of being afraid of being infected of the COVID-19. So attendance now, education nowadays is not compulsory. It becomes a choice because of this pandemic. We cannot force everyone to go to school. Now, what does the research say about this pandemic and how does it affect the education sector? Perhaps all of you are thinking that the most affected individuals in the education sector are the students, but there are other individuals who might be involved and who are greatly affected as equal as those who are affected in terms of, in the actual learning instruction. We have the students, we have the teachers, and then the non-teaching staff, we should also consider them, and then the school in general, and then the system. So we should look into this in order for us to have an effective and efficient learning continuity plan and contingency plans for us to address this pandemic. Now, going to the impact of the COVID-19 to our students, we cannot deny the fact that this pandemic greatly affected our students' well-being. So as educators, it is important that we provide our students psychosocial measures, because not only this pandemic had stopped them from being in social contact with their classmates, but the anxiety that they might be infected of the virus of the COVID-19 is there. So we should always, give them assistance and always remind them that they can go through this pandemic and that education remains important. We should instill in them the value of, pursuing their dreams despite being in this global health crisis. So we provide them with psychosocial measures. And then financial costs and burdens. In all parts of the world, money is a problem, not only because it's needed in our day-to-day living, but because nowadays money becomes, a necessity, especially in education. When you don't have money, although education is free, you still need to buy, gadgets, devices for you to attend online classes. And for those students who cannot afford those, how could they go on with their dreams to be educated when money remains a problem? So there are many ways on how we could provide our students the learnings that they need. We could deliver them modules electronically or printed and whatsoever. And then the motivation. Motivating students to learn even the pre-pandemic days is difficult. And it becomes even more difficult when we had this pandemic, because again, because of the fear, because of the anxieties that our students are experiencing. So they were demotivated to go to school and pursue learning. Academic integrity. Now that the responsibility is given more on our learners, the academic integrity is compromised. The academic honesty becomes an issue, whether or not the students are the ones doing their works, doing their tasks, or working on their modules. Perhaps it would be that it's going to be a battle of whose parents is more intelligent rather than whose student is going to become outstanding in class, because definitely they will be asking assistance from their parents or from their siblings. Health risks. Again, in the United States alone, reports are coming out involving students who are infected of the coronavirus, and it saddens me so much knowing that students, educators fail to look at this issue, that students might be get infected of the virus. Therefore, as educators, let's be cautious in everything that we do. Meaning, if we are going to deliver modules door to door, we should always be sure that we should not carry the virus towards the students' homes. And then disciplining students also becomes an issue. We have encountered unruly students in class, or students who are disrespectful of teachers, and now that we lose contact of them, it becomes an issue. The emphasis now is given on how are we going to discipline students given our situation. Okay, so all of these are challenges that we need to face as educators, and we should accept this reality that these are problems that we had in the pre-pandemic days, and they become even more emergent in this during this pandemic era. Now, what about these teachers? What impact does COVID-19 have on teachers? So health risks, just like what we have on the impact of COVID-19 to the students, teachers' health are on risks. Okay, it becomes risky delivering lessons to students' homes, door to door, or even reporting to school every day. So the virus is everywhere and we do not know who carries it. So it becomes very risky. And also there are reports published in various websites that a lot of teachers are dying because of the virus because they catch the virus. And then their well-being, of course, not only the students who suffer anxiety attacks or fear or whatever negative thoughts running in their mind because of this pandemic, the teacher's well-being is also a consideration. And we should, as educators, it is important that we know once in a while ask our colleagues, ask our peers, how are you? How do you feel right now? What problem do you encounter? Let us extend our hands and our hearts to our colleagues and co-teachers because we do not know what problem they are, bearing in their hearts, in their minds that might cause them, to commit suicide or whatsoever. Okay, and then pedagogical skills and competencies, because we shifted to another mode of delivering learning. We also have to equip ourselves with new skills and competencies, and these skills and competencies are pedagogical in sense, meaning if we are seasoned, if we belong to seasoned teachers, meaning these teachers who are old or older than the Generation Z or the millennial teachers, they should be, be abreast with how technology works, how technology aids them in delivering their lessons. So equipping ourselves with our, um, pedagogical skills and competencies is imperative because we are dealing once again with new learning modalities, dealing with new types of learners. Okay, the Gen Z learners, the millennial learners who are very well versed in using technology. So all of these are to be taken into consideration. Retrenchment. Okay, reports worldwide say that a lot of teachers lost their job because of this pandemic, because a lot of schools closed. In the Philippines alone, a lot of teachers are losing their jobs little by little, and now it grew in number. So we can count actually how many teachers have been retrenched. And this is one of the greatest impacts of COVID-19. And it saddens me so much seeing teachers who have the passion to teach but lost their job because of the pandemic. Career progression. In the Philippines, let me just share to everybody that in the Philippines, promotion of school principals, examinations for promotions are being postponed. So those who wish to be promoted this year did not have any choice but to postpone their promotion and just wait until the pandemic is over. So there is a postponement of promotion. I'm talking in the Philippine context. I do not know in other countries, but yeah, in the Philippines, even in attending seminars like this, we all know that these seminars are important for promotion because every certificates count. That's why all participants are asking whether the webinar will have a certificate or not, because it is important for promotion. But yes, some cannot attend webinars like this due to poor signal, poor internet connections, and so on. And of course, the workloads. We are bombarded with workloads, checking modules, bulks of modules, tons of modules, and dividing our students into smaller number per sections. And that means more sections to teach, more preparations to make. You see how this pandemic impacted teachers. Now, what about the non-teaching staff? Not only the students and the teachers are affected, but also the non-teaching staff. Now, what are the impact of the impacts of COVID-19 to this non-teaching staff? Again, health risk, and then retrenchment, security guards, school canteen managers, what else? Janitors and janitress, they all lost their job because of this pandemic. And then there, of course, well-being. Imagine if you are being retrenched, if you lose your job, imagine the anxiety, imagine the feelings of losing your job. It's very sad, and we cannot do something about them. But as school administrators, we are tasked more on thinking how we could extend help to these people who just lost their job because of the pandemic. Now, what about the school? What impact does COVID-19 have on school in general? Technical infrastructure and accessibility. Now more than ever, the school needs to provide internet connections to all teachers. Okay, technical infrastructure, hiring IT professionals, hiring IT people to assist teachers who do not know how to manipulate devices, who can install internet connections. School needs to spend a lot of money for these things, because once again we are dealing with new learning modalities in where technology is an aid, is an important tool that we could use. So schools should provide this. And what about those schools who do not have enough fund or sufficient funds? So there really is scarcity of resources. And then the field of study reliance. Imagine how students with a specific field of specialization, for instance, the doctors, the medical people, the engineers, imagine how schools will educate them in a way that the quality of learning will not be compromised. Imagine teaching medical students online with all this anatomy and anything. It's very difficult and it's really challenging. Scarcity of resources, modules, printers, computers, these things. And the schools had no choice but to deal with this and find ways on how they could augment these scarcities. The demand and supply. Demand and supply will be on the number of students enrolling, the need of having more students now that they will be paying more teachers, more resources, so on and so forth. But because of this pandemic, we cannot guarantee 100% enrollees, okay, or enrollment. So there will be shortage in number of students, and at the same time, schools will be close because students are transferring from the private school to the public schools because education is free in the public school, and paying for a very high tuition fee in the private school will not, justify all these modalities that they are providing. So there is a problem with the demand and supply. And of course, if we do not have students who will enroll, we do not have graduates to produce. And once again, there will be a gap between what the society needs and what the school provides. And then temporary and permanent closure and shutdown. Reports have proven that this pandemic has caused many schools to shut down or to temporarily close their operation. Now, what about the system in general? So we have to look at the enrollment procedures. How are we going to enroll students despite being geographically apart? Now that students are not allowed to go to school, even the parents are not allowed to go to school. So how are we going to enroll them? So we have to think of ways. The school needs to provide a link or whatever modality they could think of in order to enroll students who are, at the comfort of their homes because of these quarantines. Student retention. How can we have more students in the school? How can we ensure that the students deserve to be pass or fail? How can we have more enrollees in particular quarter and retain them than in the next quarter? Because in our university alone, in the first day of class, during the first day of class, almost half of our students dropped. Okay. They filed a dropping form, they filed a dropping petition. So we do not have any choice. We can force them to pursue their education if they don't want to, because they find it difficult to deal with all these modalities. So it's really difficult to retain students in school and make them realize that they can go through this pandemic. Their practicum, how about their practicum? How about those teachers who should be having their practice teaching? How about these engineers, these medical practitioners who should be having their practicum? So this might be postponed. Or if these are not going to be postponed, what measures can the school do in order to make sure that these students are safe as they go through their practicum? The benefits and privileges of teachers. Okay, a lot of teachers need help now. And because of the shortage in enrollment, the schools will not have enough fund to provide all the benefits and privileges of teachers. And then adapting to learning delivery modalities. What modalities will the school be adapting or will be implementing depending on the needs and capabilities of their clientele? All right. Now, what are the global concerns on education? Now, these are the issues globally. First, public financing of education in OECD countries. Okay, So now more than ever, school needs more funds. And luckily in the Philippines, we are lucky to have our Department of Education providing enough budget for the agency to augment all the needs of teachers. But still, of course, there still are lacking. There still are need to have more resources. But at least the Department of Education is trying its best to provide all our needs. But yes, financing becomes a problem globally. International student mobility. So we all know that Philippines or in the ASEAN countries alone, we are having exchange students, and it's difficult to have this continued now that we have the pandemic. So some might stop, some might need to go back to their home country, or some would stay here for a longer period of time and would file for another visa extension. All of this must be taken into consideration. The loss of instructional time delivered in a school setting. So because of the pandemic, and since the students are not allowed to go to school and to be out of their homes, there will be lesser number of contact hours with our students. So much of their time is devoted to working on the modules, and there will be little assistance, little discussions, little asynchronous or synchronous discussions because of many hindrances and restrictions. And then measures to continue students' learning during school closure. So we need to think of ways how these students living in a remote area could still go through their education despite in the midst of this pandemic. We need to find ways how learning continues, how to plan an efficient learning, how to have an efficient learning continuity plan. So this education would surpass this pandemic. And then teachers' preparedness to support digital learning. In the pre-pandemic days, a lot of seasoned teachers were hesitant to, undergo ICT trainings. And now that we have this pandemic, the regret is there because they should not have taken the trainings for granted. They should have taken all the opportunities to learn all these ICT tools. So it becomes easy for them to adjust themselves and deal with the new learning modalities. But now teachers need more assistance, training assistance on how they could, cope up and continue teaching students regardless of the learning delivery modalities. And when and how to reopen schools. In the Philippines, our school year usually begins on June or sometime in June, but we have to postpone it, and we only began last October 5. So you see, we are lucky that the Department of Education did not postpone the school year for this year, but rather they just extended the resumption of classes and the closure. But there are schools, there are countries that I do not know, I cannot give you exact data, but I know that there are countries that do not open their schools yet, or temporarily postpone their school year. And then class size, a critical parameter for the reopening of schools, because we are avoiding any physical contact and we are adhering to physical distancing. We have to, if we are to have a face-to-face learning encounter, we should be limiting the number of students in a classroom, and that requires more classrooms. We need to provide more classrooms, because imagine if we are dividing 40 students into two, we have 20 students in one section, another 20 in another section, and that requires 2 classrooms. So all of these are, there is a ripple effect. All of these are in chain. One problem might result to another problem, and all of this should be anticipated by all school leaders. And as educators, it is our task to cooperate with our administrators and be part of the solution rather than being part of the problem. Vocational education during the COVID-19 lockdown, because this tech voc or vocational education are highly skilled, requires skill training. So with this pandemic, how can we ensure that these students will have proper training that they need in order to acquire the skills needed for the vocational education program? So another problem that the schools needs to address is ensuring that students who are enrolled in vocational education programs are acquiring the necessary skills okay, that they need in order to perform the tasks and duties that they must perform relevant to their vocational education program they are enrolled in. Now, what about the opportunities that are present or that this pandemic has given us? So, of course, let's not look at the negative side of it always, but let's try to look at opportunities. What opportunities can we get from this pandemic?
Excuse
First,
me, sir. You
yes.
still have 2 minutes left.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So integration of environment and health courses in the curriculum, strengthen environmental policies and hygiene practices, incorporation of an online mental health and medical services, and migration of courses, alignment of curriculum competencies, and escalation of teachers, training for online learning instruction. In short, it paved the way for more learning delivery modalities and at the same time the inclusion of being aware of our health and safety in education, because now more than ever we need to be safe and we need to survive this pandemic. So all of these are to be taken into consideration. Once again, let's not always look at the negative side of this pandemic. There are always positive things in every bad situation. Let's look at the silver lining of this. All of what I've presented are lifted from these researches. So these are my references. If you want my presentation, I can send it to you. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please type it here or reach me in my Facebook and Gmail account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Bawet. Thank you very much. And I just want to remind for the all audiences that if you please mute your microphone while the presentation is going on. So you may active your microphone after the presentation if you have any question actually. Okay, so thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
sir.
Adis Bulawet. And then I just want to make a highlight from what you have explained that nowadays money plays an important role because as you have explained just now that study from home, the student should buy gadget, buy laptop, and buy module. And
Indeed.
actually, it's not a problem for those who have it, but what about the student who have not all of those things?
Exactly.
And even when they have those things, but what about when they didn't know how to operate the,
Yes,
the things?
that's
Yeah,
true. That's
that's
true.
the point.
Yeah. And the
Yeah,
internet connection.
yeah, and also the internet connection. And the teacher also are feel risky to delivering the lesson from home because they are afraid to be infected with the virus
Yeah,
itself.
exactly.
Okay. So for the audience, if you have any, I just want to remind you that if you have any question, you may type in the chat box or you may raise your hand if you want to be answered directly from the speaker. Okay, we have one question from Mr. Ibnu Hajar. He will give his question directly.
Okay.
Okay, time is your Mr. Ibnu.
Yeah. Can I see?
Okay, so that was an outstanding presentation delivered by Mr. Blawat.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to ask about the limited devices had by the students or the people around us, especially in our place in East Indonesia.
Yes.
We actually try to make the student try to instruct the student to have those devices, but it is lack of the network or the internet connection in our place. So the chance should be very limited for us. So can you have any suggestion for us to get the big chance or the big opportunities for us to get the higher chance as well?
Okay, sir. we have to understand that in all parts of the world, internet connection is a problem, and there's no way we could address that. But we could always find ways on how we could deliver learning to our students. So one way is by providing them with modules. If they really cannot, if they really do not have internet connection, or they are having intermittent internet connection, it is the best for us to give them modules to work on. So we have to contextualize our modules, provide them with textbooks, provide them with learning activity sheets, with everything that they need. Because if and reach them via text messages or phones if they don't have internet connection. If they don't have devices, provide them with printed modules. Now, if they have devices but they do not have internet connection, we can provide them with electronic or digital modules. So there are many ways on how we could reach our students despite not having all these resources. So I suggest that we could create our own modules and deliver those to our students, sir.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, nice presentation. Okay, so today I'm going to move to the next speaker. We already have Dr. Samar Ali Hussein Al Shami from University Technical Malaysia Melaka, UTEM. Hello, Dr.
Hello,
Samar.
assalamu alaikum. And good
Waalaikumsalam.
morning. Thank you for your invitation, and big thanks for all participants. Basically, it is great opportunity to share the information, and really we get very good understanding and meaningful knowledge from the presenter in how and why and in how to overcome the challenges of pandemic and the trend of industry 4.0 and how it changed the education system, not only the education system, all the aspects of the life. We are really still behind all countries, especially in developing countries. We are still suffering of technology advancement, skills development, and many things which affect our what we call our learning process and our educational process and even our economic and technological life. So I will try to share with you some of the experience in our university in UTEM, University Technical Malaysia Malacca. We try to overcome the problem of pandemic and in our education system through implementing online learning and implementing technology use. So because I was preparing in such, I mean, the pandemic, this thesis or this pandemic area, I think it opened our mind, universities, lecturers, and even students in how to think and to go through adapting new technology, industry revolution or 4.0. First of all, sometimes the education system in developing countries or in the world, we are both based on opportunity and necessity. Some in developed country like Europe, like America, they are driven by opportunities. They recognize the opportunity of industry 4.0 and they grasp this opportunity and they build their capacity. In developing country, unfortunately, we are driving by necessity. Once pandemic come and attacked us, we open mind and we think how to do action plan, okay, to react. Of course, we try many things and there are a lot of challenges that we face. And what we say and what we do and what we try to do in our, I mean, during the pandemic, we just partially solve. We still have a lot of problems actually. So before introducing the problems that we face, I just want to highlight how 4.0 can help, or I mean, what do we mean by 4.0 industry and why it is important and relevant to education. Basically, 4.0 industry is humanize the technology in such way it will replace human tasks and reduce and improve the efficiency of economy, efficiency of production, efficiency of education system, and so on. If we think about humanize the technology, it means that technology will replace some tasks of the human. For example, in artificial intelligence, when we apply it in hotels, if you imagine if you have 5-star hotels, which this hotel receive almost likely every day 700 guests, how many employees you want to entertain them? Okay, so now they are replacing with the artificial intelligence devices and robot. This one can replace 10 or 20 staff working 24 hours in room, in everywhere. So this one, when I introduced it before the challenges, it also bring a big problem and a big challenge. Even it is very big opportunity, means the industry 4.0 in service sector, in hotels or in education, brought a tremendous advantage. Okay, let us, as my friend before Albert said, let us think about the positive side of pandemic. It opened our mind to think about how to adapt and accelerate our process to adapt 4.0 industry. Yes, I agree with that. So if we look at that one, we have to do things, not only preparation for the pandemic and to how to overcome the pandemic problem and this period, but also how to sustain, develop stage by stage and fully adapt 4.0 industry. First, I cited this figure from the International Labor Organizations, whereby estimated 137 million people will release from their job in ASEAN countries within 20 years and replaced by the technology and by the what we call it, the report, and also by the technology. So in this case, we have to open our mind in how, what type of skills that we need, what type of creative thinking that we need. There is no longer for our current skills that we are dealing now. So this is a big challenge, not only to the countries, but also the majority, the big challenge in the education system, in how to adapt the, or what are the 21st skills that needs to be taught in order for us to accompany or to meet the trend of education system in the future. Okay, so because I try to look at industry 4.0 from positive and negative side, there are a lot of positive side whereby economic development, prosperity, and technology advancement will be there. But there are a big challenge to developing countries because the readiness of developing countries, the readiness of education system to accept and to adapt and to speed up the process of developing and adapting industry revolution 4.0. So from that side, we try, and we are trying to step by step in our university and many universities in Malaysia to transform the education system from a conventional system whereby face-to-face and physical to be digitalization. But again, we are not, I mean, it is not new in our university. We are doing it because of pandemic. We used this, this mechanism before. I mean, almost likely 2 years ago. But even though we have made an effort to improve the education system and to come with to solve many technical problems to ensure the quality system, service system in education system, we still face a lot of problems. That's both of us and all of with sharing with you, we can get a good solution for addressing such problems. I summarize this one is based in experience. I didn't rely more in the literature or somehow I am using the slide and this one what we are facing in my field in the work. Basically, the challenges in education system that we face recently, can be addressed from both sides, from the educational institution perspective and from student perspective. From educational institutions perspective, we are dealing with three major problems. I mean, the main problem is the quality service system. The quality service system of education by using online or by digital education. Let me say it is digital education. Other we are using ULearn, other we are using MOOC, other we are using e-learning, many and Webex, other we are using Zoom. There are a lot of issues. We characterize them under three from the institutional level. It is in platform quality, or let me say system quality. In system quality, we have problem actually in the quality, the efficiency of the platform, like Webex or like Zoom. Sometimes the platform can work efficiency in such area like Malaysia and Indonesia, but we have also students online from Middle East, like Webex cannot work there. So we got a big and huge problem in how to reach them and how to ensure they are active or they are in they access to the value of the our interaction, our presentation, or so. So this problem, especially in system quality, make if a small problem make the students give up and his intention and retention reduced. Okay. Another thing is about sometime in the system is the flexibility of handling the system. So until now, we are all in many countries in the world, we are using look like action plan. We are not using strategic plan because the pandemic problem or COVID-19 come without with no previous warning, come accidentally, and all of us looking like crazy, moving to this platform to another platform without really strategize what exactly and how to customize the platform and what are the technological developer, what parameters of quality standards that they can provide to cope and to observe the capacity of students and to be compatible with other platform and to be with good high connectivity and accessibility as well. So that's the problem from the quality system or platform quality that we face. The second things we face also interaction quality or delivery quality. Basically in education, we are dealing with delivering knowledge and human touch and human interaction is very important to transform and to make the knowledge be accepted from the other party and to get his reaction to your knowledge. So we have this problem because sometimes students and even the lecturer has some problem in self-confidence when he deliver his speech without look like physical interaction. He look like talk with the machine. He not talk with the students and gain his their attention to his delivery. The second things also in interaction somehow is in how the way to attract people, the care of delivering the sensitive word that can, I mean, can attract student attention and also motivate them to attract you. This one also we have this issue and problem. So sometimes the interaction in very important in education, but we try to overcome this one by using another substitute. Even in the platform we try to use, I will discuss what we use to overcome that issue. The third thing is the content quality. In education, one of the most important is the content. The content is why it is very important, because it is the core knowledge that can be referred to. The content previously, it was only how to organize the slide. There is now slide only. You have to ensure that there are a good content, because students cannot reach you every time. I mean, physically, and ask you, maybe because some of the students, they are shy to ask and deliver question by using interaction online because of the huge number of students. So somehow we try to the content of quality also very big problem if you don't organize it well. If you won't diversify the content of a quality, instead of just relying in the notes, rely in the notes also, you rely in the video, you rely in YouTube education, you rely in case studies that can use critical thinking rather than open-ended question. Okay, so anyway, in this three big problems that we face or file challenges, we try in platform in the quality of system quality to improve it by using many channels, Telegram and Webex, and somehow in order for us to be, to reach the students wherever he moved. Even our effort was okay. We made an effort, but also we admit that we still have big problems that we look at, and we are trying to improve this three area. Another issue is from the students. Students, they have a problem. The challenges that face in education system, it reflect automatically to the students. So students is look like the result of the problem or these challenges, or somehow there are interaction problems between this educational institution and somehow the students. Something as I can mention is technology tools. Technology tools, as our friends already highlight, many countries, they don't have advanced technology or somehow the tools of technology, computer or coverage internet or stable internet connectivity, or somehow even their devices, the compatibility of the devices is not well fit with the platform. So this is one of the major problem, especially I can say maybe it is a big problem in undergraduate as well, or in school students, because they need big assistance. Another things also, creative skills. We admit that we still lack from both, from lecturer and from students, creative skills in how to catch, in how to absorb that knowledge, in how to transform the knowledge, in how to utilize this knowledge. So in creative skills is not an issue that can be solved by using some kind of resources or some advices. It is about training. And
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You still have 3 minutes left.
Oh, okay, thank you. Another one is affect their attitude. The attitude here is also reflect all these problems. It's attitude toward this other, toward this intention, and to use this platform and to get the value, educational value. This is what we address in my job experience, and thank you for your listening. And if you have any question, please ask, or you can email to me. Okay. Any question?
Okay. Thank you for the explanation, Dr. Samuel. Okay. Industrial Revolution 4.0, a new trend in education, and we know that almost everyone is talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution wave is so strong that change is inevitable, including within the education setting, making education 4.0 the famous buzzword among educationists today. Education 4.0 is a response to the needs of where human and technology are aligned to enable and new possibilities. And okay, there's our there's there's someone who raised hand from Nurul Fadila. Nurul Fadila, if you have any question, you may go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the time for the moderator. I would like to ask to the speaker about the screen changed already. The previous one that you showed me just now.
This one.
About the previous one before. Thank you.
Okay, this is slide, the challenges education.
The previous one. Yes, yes.
Okay, so
yeah, this one is that I cannot see it anymore.
wait, let me enter the sorry, this one.
Yes, so I can see this is the one of the challenge in education. From student perspective, there is the technology tools, creative skills, and attitude too. As far as I know that since this pandemic happened and we changed the way we are teaching, the teacher are prepared to get some knowledge about these things. But for students, it is very not very, but we can say that it is like very last that student get this kind of training to get knowledge about creative skills, technology tools, and attitude. I want to ask you, what about you in your place, in your country? Is there any specific training for the students that they can get this kind of knowledge so they can blend with this kind of a change, not only for the teacher, for the educator, but also for the students? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your question. It is very important question. Actually, we recently addressed this issue and we have excellent center in our university recognize this problem because we raised this problem to the excellence center, and we are providing online training for students. Okay, this one also not only the training for the students, also we try to give them like video, like something in how to go on and how to enhance, and somehow it is very important to educate the lecturer, because the lecturer, they are the proxy to reach the students. So sometimes we do two plan. One is direct with the students to teach them and give them the basic. Another one through the lecturer themselves, because they face the problem daily. So they can handle and they can give such skills and they can give some solutions by using other YouTube, by using other somehow specific section training, and somehow we open also survey to all students to highlight what are the issues, and we try to classify all the issues and their themes in order for us to prepare. As technical university, we have made some solutions for that kind of training, because also some of the problems is how to interact with the students to ensure the quality of our training. But we are trying our best to continuous improvement.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. But so I can conclude in my from your answer that it is the responsible for the lecturer not only teaching the material of the subject they hand it, but also responsible to make the students to get the knowledge about the technology itself. So this is the responsible for the lecturer.
Both university and lecturer. University, it cannot give every details, but somehow there is technical things during, there is what we call it continuous improvement. The continuous improvement is also under the lecturer. Lecturer can handle some technical things. If not, he can raise this issue and we can provide training even to students.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow there is an action plan, and there is also somehow from the responsibility from central excellence in our university to provide the training.
Yeah, the training for students. So there is also from the university.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. That's what I want to hear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, for the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer, and thank you for Mrs. Nurul Fadila for the question today. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to move to the next speaker. We have Dr. Rahim Shah from PMS Arid Agriculture University, Rawalpindi, Pakistan. Are you here, Dr. Rahim Shah?
Yeah.
Dr. Rahim Shah?
Yeah, it is here.
You hear me?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, sir. Dr. Ramsa, you can deliver your presentation within 20 minutes. Tami, sure.
Okay, so my screen. The topic is a brief introduction of fixed point theory. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Yeah. So, brief introduction of fixed point theory. This is my topic. The area is mathematical analysis. So we will discuss here the theory of fixed point shortly. The contents of my presentation will be some history and introduction related to fixed point theory. Then what are fixed points? We will discuss about fixed points and the well-known result in fixed point theory, Banach fixed point theory. And next is we will discuss some applications of fixed points and their results. So first we will start from the history and introduction. As fixed point theory is one of the most powerful tools of modern mathematics, may be considered a core subject of analysis. In the last 50 years, fixed point theory has been a flourishing area of research for many mathematicians. Theory of fixed point is a beautiful mixture of analysis, pure knowledge, both topology and geometry. The origin of this theory, which dates to the later part of the 19th century, rests in the use of successive approximations. It established the existence of and uniqueness of solutions, particularly for differential equations. The theory of fixed point can be divided into three major areas. The first area is metric fixed point theory. We will discuss in these slides about metric fixed point theory. The next will be topological fixed point theory, and the next major area is discrete fixed point theory. So the classical and major results in these areas are: the first result is presented by a well-known mathematician, the Banach's fixed point theorem, which will be discussed in the upcoming slides. The next is the Buru fixed point theorem. And the next result is Tarski's fixed point theorem, which is based on the discrete fixed point theory. We will only discuss the Banach fixed point theorem. So we know that what are fixed points. In mathematics, a fixed point, sometimes shortened to fixed point, also known as an invariant point of a function, is an element of the function's domain that is mapped to itself by the function. That is to say that C is a fixed point of the function f if f of C is equal to C. Means point will be not tangible. For example, a translation has no fixed points. A rotation of the plane has a single fixed point, the center of the rotation. The mapping x maps to x square of r into itself has two fixed points. That is, and the projection xy maps square and to x axis has infinite limits. The conclusion is that a mapping has no fixed point, a single fixed point, it may have more than one fixed point, or many fixed points. So now note that not all functions have fixed points. For example, if f is a function, f of x is equal to x plus 1, that it has no fixed points, since x is never equal to x plus 1 for any real number. So this function have no fixed point. We will start from some definitions. The first definition is a metric space. Metric space is a pair X and D, where X is a non-empty set and D is a metric on X. We call this the distance function. That is a function is defined on X cross X, the Cartesian product of X cross X, which is non-empty set, such that for all X, Y, Z belongs to X, we have the following conditions. Number one, D is a real valued, finite and non-negative. That is, the distance of X, Y is greater or equal to 0. The next condition is the distance between X and Y is 0 if and only if X is equal to Y. The third is it holds the symmetric property. The distance of xy is equal to distance of yx. The next condition is it holds the triangle inequality. So we call such a space as a metric space. We will use this in the following results. We have one more important definition, contraction mapping. Let x is equal to x where D be a metric space mapping a self-mapping T such that x goes to x is called a contraction on x. If there is a positive real number alpha which is less than 1, this will be strictly less than 1. If the distance of their images is less than alpha times the distance of the original distance. And for all x, y belongs to x. So we call this type of contraction is contraction mapping. The next is important fixed point result in analysis is Banach fixed point theorem. In 1922, the Polish mathematician Stefan Banach established a remarkable Banach contraction principle. This is one of the most important results of analysis. And we use this in a very vast areas of mathematics. So it is mostly widely applicable fixed point theorem, fixed point result in many branches of mathematics because it requires the structure of complete metric space with constructive condition and the map which is easy to test in this setting. So the Banach fixed point theorem, the statement is the statement of Banach fixed point theorem is consider a metric space X. We will consider a metric space which is non-empty. Suppose that X is complete. If we suppose that this X is complete and let T be a self mapping, which is contractive mapping, that T has a fixed point. This guarantees that if this X is complete, then T has a unique fixed point. So this is standard. The Banach fixed point theorem, which is known as Banach contraction principle, is an important source of existence and uniqueness theorems in different branches of analysis. And this is very, very applicable result in the analysis. The application of fixed points and fixed point results are, we can use this in a very wide range of these areas, in a wide range of mathematical, computational, economical modeling, and engineering problems. The existence of solutions to theoretical or real-world problems is equivalent to the existence of a fixed point for suitable map or operator. We can use this. Fixed point theorems are therefore paramount importance in many areas of mathematics, sciences, and engineering. In particular, fixed point techniques have been applied in such diverse fields like biology, chemistry, physics, engineering, game theory, and economics, and much more applications of fixed point theory. In numerous cases, finding the exact solution is not possible. Hence, it is necessary to develop appropriate algorithms to develop the requested result. This is strongly related to control and optimization problems arising in the different sciences and engineering problems. Many situations in the study of nonlinear equations, calculus, and variations, partial differential equations, optimal control, and inverse problems can be formulated in terms of fixed point problems and optimization. And we can see a lot of more applications of fixed point and fixed point theory regarding to Banach fixed point results, Banach fixed point theorem, and Brouwer fixed point theorem, the Schroeder fixed point theorem in mathematics. And this play a very vital role in analysis, especially in mathematical analysis. So we, in short of time, we have presented some slides. Thank you. Any question?
Okay, that's the presentation from Dr. Rahim Shah. Is there any question from the audience? Or
yes,
maybe...
to ask.
Sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Okay. Wait. Yeah, my name is Deliana Bihuku. I want to ask for the speaker this topic.
I'm not hearing clearly.
Because I don't understand what the relation with our about 04 in give me thank you.
I can't hear what she says.
Deliana Behuku, could you repeat again, sir? Because your signal is in trouble, was in trouble.
She is unmute.
Yes. Deliana, could you remove your microphone first?
Yes, yes, sorry, sir. Okay, I repeat it again about your topic. The speaker is about a brief introduction of fixed point theory. And can you give me the, how to say, the relation about our team? Because our team is about 4.0 challenges. Because, or you can give example maybe, because about number, I don't understand.
As I'm a mathematician, so I am presenting it's just an application of my research work or my research area. So
Oh,
I
yeah, yeah.
present these slides.
Okay, the application maybe, because I cannot understand. I want to ask, but I confuse what the your material.
We have many applications in different areas. We can apply this in every areas of real world problems, and yes, you see in biology, chemistry, and engineering problems. So I choose this as
Oh yes, yes, because
any
his
question.
research. Okay, sir. Yes, enough. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Delena.
Okay.
So for other audiences, if you have any question about fixed point theory, which has delivered by Dr. Rahim Shah, you are welcome. Or maybe all the audience have
Okay.
understood about what you have delivered just now.
Okay. No question.
I think there's no question because if I open in the chat box,
Okay. Okay. It's fine.
so thank you for your participation, Dr. Rahimsa.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Okay. So now we move to the next presenter. Let me see first. Okay, I'm still waiting for the speaker for the first session. Or maybe from Dr. Mutmaina, if you are ready now, maybe you can present your material for today.
I think my turn, sir.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
No, no,
Now we have
it's no
our
problem.
speakers, Dr. Andi Asrifan
Thank you.
wait, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidendreng Ratang, Indonesia. For Dr. Andi Asrifan, you have 20 minutes for presentation and time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Happy Jum'ah Mubarak for all my brothers and sisters around the globe. Good morning from center of Indonesia. I'm Dr. Randy Asrifan from Universitas Muhammadiyah in Rapang, that is located in the South Sulawesi, exactly around 180 kilometers from Makassar to Tanah Toraja or Tator. Today, I'm going to share one of the component in my dissertation a couple years ago. That's need analysis. In this case, how to design material based on student multiple intelligence that we hope can support our and enrich our classroom. I would like to say thank you so much for Rector of Universitas Iqra Buru, to the faculty and staff, and especially for my brothers, Dr. Said Nasul Fikar Aswar bin Tahir, LC MPD, for your wonderful invitation today. And Dr. Mutmainna and all my brother and sister who are the resource person in this virtual international conference today. Thank you so much. Um, this is that we are going to get started that based on our experience as a learner, I think sometimes we feel that yeah, our expectation not based uh, the course that our teacher teach to us is not based of our expectation, I think. And then yeah, uh, sometimes yeah, we consider that some content or activity that our teacher bring in our class just a little use of interest, and then cannot make us motivated in learning, especially in English. And then yeah, sometimes we ask ourselves that what you need English Pro after finish our school, that English for what. Sometimes these question comes from our student and some, and also ourselves, I think. And then because the material is not interesting uh, 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 which are delivered by our teacher, yeah, we can see the strategy, uh, the the technique, the technique and approach, and also the material. So yeah, the student who are in our classroom sometimes feel bored. Sometimes they go in behind our classroom, and then they feel slave, and then they play their handphone, and then yeah, and then the problem comes also in this pandemic COVID-19, where all the students should prepare themselves to join the virtual classroom by using LMS or learning management system. And then the problems come from our student and also our teacher. They cannot reach by good internet connection, by good device, and so on. So the question is how to overcome this problem. So let me start what we are going to discuss for almost 20 minutes forward. That the guideline for designing effective teaching, and then the 8 multiple intelligence, some useful ICT tool in education, way of teaching, and then hopefully we can touch this one, what is the need analysis itself, and some practical example of need analysis itself. So here, just the sample how to design the teaching material, especially in English. English as a foreign language in Indonesia. We have to consider some factors. The first, the learner factor. In the learner factor, we have need analysis. In need analysis, I think there are many theory that can lead us to know the student need analysis. We have um, uh, Water and David Noonan, Richard, and that in need analysis, most of the theory lead us how to know the student target needs and student learning needs. And then in the next one is knowledge about the learner, their experiences, their first language, level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purpose. And then the next factor is the curriculum and the context, where in this case, the value to be taught and the goal and the objective and the resources and the facility. This is the very important one too. We have to consider the facility, is it suitable to be applied in our area or not, because sometimes we force ourselves to choose the platform based on our desire, but we never observe how the student how could the student connect with us through the platform, and then where the platform will be applied. And then the next one is the personal confidence and competence. This is about the knowledge, experience, attitude, and how to use that line correctly. And then the copyright competence here, the restriction, implementation, and awareness. And the last one is time here, the share the material, working in time, and organizing the material. So I just focus on the knowledge, one of the component in the learner, that is the knowledge of the learner. This is the very important one. Hopefully material, our material could be make our student interest and motivate in joining our classroom. So before we come, this is just the graph where the whole Gartner multiple intelligence. I think we have 8 each here. The first one is the visual or spatial intelligence, where picture smart. Yeah, picture smart, we can observe the person who like to draw, to do the jigsaw, to read math, and then to see the picture or to draw. I think we can point that the student who love this one, who like this one, he or she or they have this a specific intelligence in picture smart or visual intelligence. And the next one here, the bodily is like movement, touching, making, and physical experiences. And then the musical or intelligence here in musical smart, like music and rhythm. And the interpersonal intelligence here or people smart, that is the interaction. Well, excuse me for the other, could you mute your microphone, please?
Okay. For all the others, please mute your microphone. Then later you can remute your microphone if you have any question, but after the session of presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Interpersonal intelligence or people smart. Here, the people who like join the interaction or working in group, and the intrapersonal intelligence or self smart. Here, someone who like our self goals, self reflection, and so on. And then in linguistic intelligence or word smart, the people who like maybe writing the poem, write a compose a diary, make a story of their daily routine, listening something, and then join. I think joining the conference like this. I think the people who love to join the conference, I think they have the linguistic intelligence or word smart. And then the logical mathematical intelligence, that's the number or reasoning is smart, or like thinking conceptually, pattern and relationship, reasoning, calculating number, logic, and so on. And the last one here, the naturalist intelligence or nature smart. The nature smart is recognizing and classification someone, and then experience natural words. Let's come to the first intelligence. The first logical, mathematical, or number smart. This is the capacity to understand number and principle. The specific ability here, the number reasoning, use number, calculating estimation, quantification skill, and logical thinking. And then the way to now they're smart. I think we can observe they love to solve in puzzle. They love to the managing the family finance, and then delivery method material in our classroom. We can prepare the logical puzzle, computer program, timeline, graph, acquisition, flow chart, invention, and business plan. And then the possible career here, yeah, we can lead our student and suggest them to be the auditor, accountant, processing agent, underwriter, mathematician, scientist, and so on. And then the next one is interpersonal or people smart. Just now I explained that that's the capacity to understand other people. The specific ability here assume distinctive role, social role, take action, sensitive to the feeling, belief, mood, and intention of other, work effectively with other. And then the everyday use here, yeah, asking and give interaction with co-author and parenting, and delivery methods here, the tutoring, teaching, role play, leadership role, community service, peer mediation, moral dilemma, and action research. And the possible career here, they we can lead them to be administrator, manager, personal worker, psychologist, nurse, public relation person, social director, and teacher. And then and naturalist or nature smart here, the capacity to understand nature world, where the specific ability, yeah, they have the observation skill, pattern recognition, and classification, and solve the problem. And then the everyday use here, yeah, most of the people who love this one, yeah, like to cook, gardening, and enjoying the scenery. And then delivery method, yeah, we can instruct our students, for example, in the subject of biology, or maybe in English, but we have the topic like procedure tax in the school. And then we instruct our student, for example, we introduce the component of the plan, and then the procedure starting from how to plant the seed, and then how the flower grow, and then produce uh, the flower bloom until bloom. So, and then we instruct them to fill notes, to creating classification system, and so on. And then the possible career here, yeah, we can lead them to be the astronomer, botanist, conservationist, gardener, farmer, animal trainer, zookeeper, and geologist. And the next one is body smart or bodily. This is the capacity to use our body to solve the problem. The specific ability, athletic movement, creative movement, body control, fine motor ability. The everyday use here, yeah, sometimes, for example, in my student, in my university, sometimes I found my a student, if someone have a problem in motorcycle, yeah, they love to fix the motorcycle. And then some our student also maybe love to play sport, football, basketball, and volleyball, and so on. I think we can guess that those students has the body smart or kinesthetic. And the delivery methods here, we can instruct our students based on the topic in our classroom, by using painting, dance performance, mime performance, art, play, and making jewelry. And then the possible career here, we can lead them to be athletic, physical, educational teacher, and so on. And then the next one, interpersonal or the capacity to understand themselves. This is the self-understanding, self-reflecting, articulating self, and so on. The The delivery methods here, yeah, like musical composition, therapy, action plan, journal diary, and poem. And the musical or music smart here, yeah, almost the same. Yeah, we can deliver the method or the method of teaching through recording by using some platform in internet, soundtrack, musical sound effect, and so on. And then the last one is picture smart or visual. This is the kind of the capacity to visualize where the in everyday use, yeah, we can giving by using direction, arranging a flower in the garden, home decorating, and finding one way in the unfamiliar town, for example. And then delivery method here, yeah, we can instruct and then share the graph or the chat, and then instruct them to speak based on the picture or the chart or the graph, or and then directly we instruct them to compose a paragraph, a paragraph, I think. And then the last here is word smart or verbal linguistic. This is the capacity to use language where in everyday use here, yeah, some student love to write a letter, participating in the meeting like this, and then reading a paper. And then the delivery method, yeah, we can observe them, yeah, to instruct them to analyze the novel, make the instruction manual, discussion, theater, debate, and speech, and reading a newspaper. The next one, this is the some ICT tool that can help us to touch all the eight multiple intelligence of the student has. Uh, because we know that there are 100 and almost 1,000 of platform that can easily to be found in internet. But we have to consider the three components. First is we have to know who want to deliver it, and who is our target, and then where the platform will be used. This the three considerations of choosing the best platform for our classroom. And then we classify all the platform. The first the platform who has the progress monitoring and data management, and then content specific tool, and then homework management and online LMS or learning management system, and then the kind of platform that can help us to in video conferencing and communicating tool. Or we classify the platform in the term of didactic or being taught, where we have online class like LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Future Learn, Udemy, and so on. And then we have doing or engineering activity, where we have note taking, content producting, mind mapping, productivity, file sharing, blogging, and collaboration. And then in this course or interacting with other, we have email also. We have network and community like Facebook. And then the last we have discovery like web resource, curating, blog, search engine, browser, translator, podcast, and ebook. Okay. I think everybody who has iPad, iPhone, or Android, um, I think all the application that we have downloaded in our device uh, has uh, specific also intelligence that can help us to shape our intelligence. For example, in interpersonal, we can use WordPress, Proplet, Noteshare, iBook. In interpersonal, we have Skype, we have Facebook, Google Plus, Draw something. In visual party, we'll have Google Earth, we have stack the country, and so on. In musical, yeah, there are some application that can help us, like singing finger, math map. In linguistic, we have Audible, iMovie, Book Creator, and then in logical mathematical, we have Tizen, Calbobot, Tinkerbox, Number, and Grid. And then the way of teaching, this is how the teaching activity, teaching material, and then instructional strategy in every intelligent. Where, for example, in linguistic, the way of teaching activity we can deliver by using lecturer discussion, word games, storytelling, choral reading, and journal writing. And then the teaching material that can deliver and then touch this intelligence by using book, a stem sap, book on type, a typewriter, and then the instructional strategy. Yeah, we can instruct our student to read about this one, write about this one, conclude this one, talk about it, listen to it. This is how just the sample of the teaching activity, teaching material, and instructional strategy for every intelligence that we have. And then this is the last one. I think we have the limited time. For example, in homework activity in one unit, where the seven way to be smart, and we combine with the six thinking level from taxonomy Bloom, from the Bloom taxonomy, where in, for example, yeah, I enjoy reading, writing, and speaking. That's the linguistic one. So the way of instruction, for example, in knowing, yeah, please list all the city that have hosted the modern Olympic game in interesting way. So from this instruction, I think we have touched the knowing and then the linguistic intelligence in every student. And then in understanding, please create a story map of the favorite myth or a legend from the competing country. In applying, we combine with the linguistic intelligence. Yeah, please write a letter of support or encouragement of an athlete. And then in analyzing, level of analyzing, please write a bibliography for a current a New Zealand Olympic athlete. In creating, please design a book of Olympic world record. And the last, in evaluating, please outline 5 important rules for good sportsmanship. Make sure your role related to a particular sport. Okay, I think that's enough for my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, sir, what I got from the explanation is Gardner said that each person has two or more dominant intelligence, which he or she will use to carry out daily tasks and solve a problem in life. So in addition, most of people have the ability to develop skills in each of the intelligence and to learn through them. It can be noted that he considers intelligences as something that cannot be seen or measured, but instead are potentials that will or will not be activated depending upon the values of a particular culture and the opportunities available in the cultures. Therefore, the educator should prepare suitable teaching materials in a classroom.
Yes.
And educators also should allow considerable elements of students' choice when designing activities and tasks for the intelligences, because the students will perform well in the tasks which appeal to their interests, right? So the question from Miss Dian from Iqra Buru University, how does multiple intelligences help teachers?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Before asking the question, I think multiple intelligences is one of the component in need analysis. So in multiple intelligences, I think that is a subcomponent in the learner, in the learner, where we have to know the knowledge about the learner. So we could not just choose the material, the technique, the procedure, the strategy of teaching based on our expectation. We have to know student also in need analysis. So we have to know the student intelligence, because there is no people, poor people, I think. All the people are smart in based on their intelligence that they have. So uh, uh, yeah, that's very important. That's very important. In every meeting, we have combined all the intelligence in one topic, and then we combine all the teaching material. We have to touch all the eight intelligence to the activity in our classroom. For example, in the topic of procedure text, in procedure text, how to make onde cake, for example. So in onde cake, yeah, we can make lead the student in the simple activity to draw what do you know about the onde. I think some of our students love to draw. That's the picture smart. And then after that, we instruct them to make the cake. So that's the kinesthetic intelligence, I think, or body smart. That's a physical experience. And then after that, we can lead the student to make a simple song by onde, for example. And then I think we touch their music smart. And then after that, we arrange the group, divided our class in the some room, and then discuss to them, write down how to make a good onde. That's the traditional, maybe traditional cake. Yeah, in Sulawesi, we say onde. And then I think we have touched interpersonal intelligence, because we instruct them and then we make in a group. And then after that, we instruct we instruct them to give the in homework by by making the video recording by yourself, by video. And then they make a diary, they that diary about their experience in making the cake. I think we have touched the self smart or interpersonal intelligence. And then in linguistic intelligence, we can instruct them to, yeah, to make some difficult word, or some vocabulary words that can use, or some word that can help us to make the onde. And then in mathematical intelligence, I think we can make the pattern of a relation. We can count how many onde that can that we can make if one kilogram sugar, and then 1 kilogram coconut, and so on. And then in naturalist, yeah, we can instruct them to tell us their experience, where and then the make the different class, where we make it on the in inside the class and then outside the class. I think that's a very simple. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do agree about your statement about as a teacher, before delivering our lesson, the first is we have to do needs analysis, because we have to know the students' prior knowledge first. That we understand when we give them above what they have got before,
Yes,
and
exactly.
and I do also agree that all the students are smart because
Yeah.
every student has their own intelligence, and so we cannot call these students that
Dulu di sana lah kan sini.
poor or
Kak mau ngomong.
yeah. Okay, there's a sign. Actually, thank you. We still have one question.
Yes.
There's let me see who is the rest. Mrs. Khalsia,
Yeah,
SPD.
okay. Yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
very much, Ibu. Uh, Thank you, Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD, MPD. The first time I would like to say appreciate it for your topic. This is very interesting, and I'm very happy to see your uh, presentation. But I would like to ask you several multiple intelligent logical thinking visual access your application we can create by several university, but not only the other university, probably about the access internet probably. But I would like to ask you about the several of strategy material and approach in this classroom by learning English. We can use music, novel, and etc. But how about the drama in this classroom? We can using the learning English strategy in this classroom or the drama outdoor, because I have a trouble because I'm teaching English and in the drama class. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think in drama is quite all in yeah in uh, drama. For example, we have 12 meeting in every semester. In the first semester, I think we deliver to now how the student prior knowledge about the drama, and then by the first meeting, I think we can now the student their own intelligence in linguistic, mathematical, spatial, kinesthetic, interpersonal, and naturalist. And in the next meeting, I think we can lead them by touching our meeting. For example, divided them by discussing in the group. I think we have touched them in linguistic. I think in linguistic and in interpersonal intelligence. After that, we in practicum, we can invite them to make simple drama based on the topic given in the first or in the second meeting, and then I think we have touched them in linguistic intelligence too, and in naturalist, because we invite them to study in outside or in the nature outside the class or in the nature. And then after that, in designing the drama, I think some of students should record by using the camera, and then editing the video by using application in our device or in laptop, and then insert some music, insert some a video or picture. I think the musical intelligence, the visual or the picture smart. I think we have include them in our classroom. Think that's thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Terima kasih, Bu. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm so sorry, Bu. I'm a man. I'm not Ibu.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Andi Asrifan.
Sama-sama, Pak.
Okay, I think the presentation for Dr. Andi Asrifan is the last for this session because we have this next session after Jumat Pray. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy Jumat Mubarak. So
Happy Jumat.
Actually,
Okay.
moderator, maybe you have a woman moderator so you can continue this the conference, because some of the keynote from the another country present in this Zoom right now.
Yeah, that's good idea.
Our women moderator is on her way to here because she got trouble in her way. So
women yang perempuan, Pak. Jangan ditutup ini karena sudah ada keynote yang lainnya masuk.
Oh,
dilanjut saja. Dilanjut saja. The women.
Yes. Okay. It's fortunately our women moderator is here now, so maybe she can exchange my position first. Okay. To Sinta, come sure. I pass my microphone to Sinta. Okay, Sinta, tell me sure.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, maybe we can continue the. Maybe we can continue this. Any question? Maybe Dr. Mutma have a question. Okay, we are going to invite Dr. Mutmaina for present the material. Time is yours.
This is me, thank you. Actually, I'm waiting for Dr. Rasif from BINUS Jakarta, but maybe he is still in his class right now. So, because we are limited the time, I will share my presentation today. Wait. This is, can you see? Okay, I will start right now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the first, I would like to say good. Maybe this is afternoon from Indonesia. I would like to say thank you very much to the principal or to the rector of Universitas Iqra Buru, my brother Dr. Zulfikar, Dr. Randy Asripan, and all of the keynote speakers for today, and all of the participants and the committee, the moderator. Thank you for having me today in this international conference webinar. My name is Dr. Rahmat Maina. I am the lecturer in the Faculty of Teacher Training Education at Al-Azhar Mandar University in West Sulawesi. And this is my identity. You can find me anytime and anywhere. Feel free to visit my some of my identity here, my research ID, my ORCID, my SINTA, Scopus, other. My topic today, I want to share to you about designing interactional based material in teaching for next normal education. I chose my topic today. This is because of the phenomena that happening right now when we are under attack or during the COVID-19. So there are three highlight points I want to discuss to you, presenting to you about educational trend, pedagogical innovation, and how to designing course material in teaching. Actually, about designing course material in teaching, this is have delivered or presenting by a little bit from my brother, Dr. Randy, and I will share to you how to apply and how to designing the course material in teaching by using the one of the methodology. This is by using Assure. Let me talk one by one our topic today. About educational trends, as you know that when we are in COVID-19, we are transformation our education from face-to-face into the virtual classroom. We are out from our physical classroom and then we are deliver our learning and teaching process or our educational sector into the virtual, delivering by using the internet. And then the fact, I want to show you here the data. This is not only the challenge how to remote learning and teaching process. This is not only a phase in Indonesia or in our country. You can see here the survey from a British Council finding, there are some of the finding about the remote teaching, the condition about the remote teaching in the global world right now. Most of the teacher, educator, they are always, actually they are need how to teach, how to use, and how to train their student to use technology or some of the platform or application in the learning or in teaching process. And well, what about the Indonesia condition? This is in the national condition in our country right now. Data show up. You can see here, most of the students, they are state that most of the teacher or the instructor use digital communication platform, actually only giving assign the homework. This is a very, very bad condition. And the next one, the data, this is here, the information from Telkom Telstra, show to us about the condition when we are moving our class into virtual classroom. We need to be more how to deliver our learning and teaching process more make our students having fun, motivate, and they are enjoy in during remote teaching. And let's have a look about our leading sector, the Ministry of Education, Culture, and this is collaboration with the Ministry of the Religious Affairs or MORA. You can see here the leading sector launching about the program how to empower teacher. Actually, this is about the Merdeka Belajar or independent study. Not only this one, the information from this is from the Center of Secretaries of in the Republic of Indonesia, the ministry, and this is there is an article explain more about when we are in the physical distancing, social distancing, and self-quarantine, actually we need to be remote our learning and teaching process. But there are many challenges faced when we want to apply remote teaching in Indonesia, because you know that 50% of Indonesia area, we are the student, our student live in the rural area. There is no connection, there is no internet connection, and most of the students, they don't have device, for example, smartphone or a laptop. This is not, we are not talking about anymore about the infrastructure, about the internet, but this is more to be, most of our students or our teacher, they don't have device, and this is need support from our ministry to distribute a device to the teacher and to the student. That's why in the last month, our ministry state that about the condition in our education, in disruption condition education sector in Indonesia, this is not being discussed enough. There are so many challenges we are faced, and then we must we need the solution from our government, our leading sector. And let's have a look about the condition right now. We are in the digital world, and then our learning and teaching process into the digital classroom, and we are a teacher right now must becoming a digital teacher. Digital teacher mean here how to integrate the technology in our learning and teaching process. Not only about integrated the technology in our learning and teaching process, but we must choose or mixing some of the platform based on the based on the student competence, or we wanna achieve a namely learning outcome or the Bloom taxonomy. We must know what is the suitable application to achieve, for example, how to improve our student remember or understanding. This is for a lower thinking skill. And this is the strategies that for online during a COVID outbreak. There are 3 highlight point here about the preparation and the practice and the implementation and the reflection. What we should do in the prepare and the practice. In the prepare and the practice, we must train ourselves. I mean that the teacher need to be how to improve their self, to use, to teach, and to train the student by using the technology. And then we must know about our student condition. Not only this is about the how to use the platform, we have many challenges about the student condition right now. What about the student if they don't have the device, they don't have the internet connection? That's why we must prepare our content, our lesson plan, and then we must prepare about the methodology, the method in the approach or the method that we want to apply during this condition. And then what about the implementation? In the implementation, we need to be designed the independent learning. Actually, you know that the condition when we are in the physical distancing or we are in the social distancing, everything, our learning and teaching now in home or in student home or teacher home. And the reflection, what about the reflection? We need to be now about in the reflection, we need to how to engage the stakeholder and then monitoring the process of the progress, and need more to be a patient when we are remote our learning and teaching process. Remote, this is mean that asynchronous or asynchronous strategy. And then as you know that in education, this is the holistic process. The holistic process means that in education, we are not talking about how to transfer knowledge for the student, how to assignment, how to give them the score and many more. But this is more to be, we must prepare a good pedagogy, our pedagogy. The pedagogy, this is mean about how you to design your, for example, from your syllabus, your lesson plan, your material, your activities, your interaction, and your assignment. And this is the condition you see here in Indonesia, in our country, when learning, this is a really remote. The big challenge, this is about the no internet connection or the infrastructure. And then the problem actually here, not about the technology, but this is the problem face our teacher. This is the data. Most of the teacher is relatively low, but in terms of the subject matter and the pedagogical knowledge. This is, we need to be how right now to upgrade ourselves, and then how to come back again to our pedagogical philosophy. And one of the theory that supporting how to integrate the technology in learning and teaching process, I chose one of theory. This is namely a cybergogy. In this cybergogy, this is engaged learning during online environment. This is cover three aspects here: the cognitive, the social, and the emotive. In the cognitive, as you know, you can see here about to self-regulated learning, ownership of learning, generative learning, and knowledge about the interaction. And in the social, you know that when we are remove the transformation our learning and teaching into the virtual, we need to building the student collaboration and the communication and the social the social community. The social community, for example, you can use one of the platform. I choose this is the example because this is more familiar with the student. For example, by using WhatsApp. Why WhatsApp? WhatsApp, this have namely emoji. This is emoji can express the student feeling or the teacher feeling. But based on my survey, most of the teacher they are not about low. They are limited how to express their feeling and how to ask their student to share their feeling by using emoji. You can see now, or you can ask your son or in your home. What about the teacher? You can ask the student, have the teacher give them about how to share their feeling by using emoji. And actually, remember again, in education, this is not only about how to transfer knowledge, but this is more holistic, how to make our student to be more humanity. We treat them to be more humanity, and then they need to improve or to increase their empathy, their social, and their feeling or emotion. And actually, as you know that in this is not only happening in Indonesia, but happening for globally. The intersection between pedagogy and the technology actually about when the system change. The system change right now. Everything now, this is open. We are our daily activity right now. We are use the internet, and then we must support our student how to becoming a digital learner or digital student to supporting a namely independent study or Merdeka Belajar. Well, this is the pedagogical innovation, as you know that you can see here in the slide about the pedagogy. Our pedagogy right now improve or increase into the digital pedagogy. A digital pedagogy right now, how to use the contemporary digital technology in learning and teaching, and I have tell you about how to mixing some of the application and how to achieve namely the learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy. You can see here the pedagogical well. This is the Bloom taxonomy. This is the action, and this is the activity. The activities in the classroom that you can ask your student what they wanted to do, and this is the application. When you ask the student to create the application, for example, here to create their PowerPoint. This is, for example, maybe this is simple about the PowerPoint, but you know that most of the students they don't have more creative to create their PowerPoint to presenting their idea. And this is the some of the application when you wanted to achieve the higher of thinking skill here based on the Bloom taxonomy. For evaluating, you can use the platform. For creating, you can use, for example, Prezi. This is Prezi, how to presenting your material or your content. A little bit same with PowerPoint, but Prezi, this is more modern. And TikTok, how the student, you can ask your student to create their video presentation. And evaluating, you can use, for example, at model analyzing, you can use, for example, Pinterest. Applying, you can use some of the platform here, understanding Skyway or Twitter, and remembering this is for lower thinking skill. You can use, for example, Symbolo or Google Chrome. And what about teaching language for 21st century skill map to improving your student skill in communication? You can use this, the application, collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, information literacy, and the many more. You can choose. This is based on the skill category for your student. And then not only the application, this is one of the platform that you can be used to improve your student, not only about your student competent, for example, 21st century skill or in English for speaking, reading, writing, and listening. This is one of the platform that help you to improve the student competent to achieve the learning outcome, namely Space Edu. This is the content that you can be create for your material, to designing your material. And not only about the platform, you can integrate it not only about the application, but you can use artificial intelligence. This is for language teaching. You can integrate this or use this in your learning and teaching process to improve your student language, for example, for conversation or for speaking. You can visit this website to meet your student friend. There is Evibut, Mitsuku, and Replica. And now, what about now? How to designing the course material in teaching related to the pandemic situation right now? Why we must designing our material? Because this is the data. This is the data from the Jakarta Post, the information we gathered here about the Merdeka Belajar. This is not only about how to use the technology, what is the best technology. This is not mentioned about that, but this is more to be how to presenting your materials here, or to redesign the curriculum. Like this is for more interest for your student. And And then one of the methodology to designing your material, to redesign your curriculum, and to be adapt your curriculum based on the independent study or Merdeka Belajar in Indonesia, namely one of the method that you can use here, namely a SIR model. This is the component of the SIR model here. You can see here. Before you are going to design your material, your lesson plan, or your syllabus, this is the first one you must do. You must analyze your learner or your student condition, what they want, what they need, and what they lack. Mr. Andy have more explained about the multiple intelligence or learning style. For example, in my university, most of my students, they are in the visual and auditory, but maybe this is different with another university. Maybe your student and my student, this is a different condition, and you can designing your material based on, come back again based on your student need or your student condition. After you analyze your student by using a questionnaire, or you can interview your student, what they want, what they need, you can state the objective. State the objective here, you must be give your mapping about the learning outcome, what actually the skill that your student want to be. For example, in my student, they are very like in English, and they wanna to improve their vocabulary and how to speak. So you can designing the learning outcome based on your student need or your student condition. After you state the objective, designing the learning outcome to achieve a namely Bloom taxonomy, and then to facilitate their student with the competence to achieve again the 21st century skill, you can select the method, the media, and the material. The method, for example, you can use a student-centered approach or a project-based learning. I want to give you the example how to designing the material by using a student-centered approach or project-based learning, and then again you can choose you can select the material. The material, for example, your student, they like material by using a video. You can design the material based on a video or a film or a song or something like that. Ask your student what they want, what is they more enjoy in learning and teaching process with and they have a fun. You have fun together with your student, because in teaching not only about this the teacher one, but actually how to collaborate between the student need and the teacher pedagogy. You can select the instructional material. Based on my experience, I use Ganyen and even instructional design, and you can product the new material based on the student need or based on your analyzing. And then during the interaction beginning, when you are in learning and teaching process in the classroom, you can utilize the media and the material. You can prefer the environment. For example, your student, they are wanna or like to use some of the application or the media. You can designing your environment by using some of the platform. For example, they wanna blend it, or they wanna hybrid, or they wanna online or remote. And then in a learning and teaching process, during the interaction, you can require your student participation by discussion or small group activity, and you give the formative assessment. And the last, in the end of the semester, you can evaluate and revise your, what about your instructional delivery, the media and the material. You can discuss with your student again, and your reflection about your material in one semester, and then preparation again for the next semester, for example, or after a mid semester. And well, this is the example of the designing the material, because as you know that we are in the digital world, so we must designing our material into digital material. This is the example of my digital material that I have developing. You can visit in my Google Playbook. Feel free to access this book. And some of the application that you can use when you want to design your e-material or your e-learning application, there are Articulate Mobile, Lecturer Inspire, or Mobile Learning Android. This is, for example, the content of Lecturer Inspire 18. You can see here, there is about the video. This is a simple like LMS or simple like Google Classroom, but this is actually I like this one because this is actually originally you are creating for your student. And this is the example of the syllabus when you wanted to designing your material based on your student need or how to connection between the student condition and to achieve namely the Bloom taxonomy. You can see here, this is, for example, the methodology, the method that you can be used. A constructivist theory, for example, this is student-centered learning approach, and this is the activity in the classroom, and this is how to get, how to achieve the Bloom taxonomy in one meeting. This is the matrix of the example of the lesson plan. For example, here about project-based learning, this is the context or the one of the method that we can be used in the classroom in the context, namely project-based learning. In the pre-instructional phase, in here, you can do some of the activity. You can introduce the new topic for your student. You can tell your student, today we are use the method, namely project-based learning. And then you can ask your student informing the learning outcome that you want to achieve for this meeting, for example. And then how to reconnecting the previous and the previous material into the get the new information. In the Bloom taxonomy, in the pre-instructional phase, you still apply namely lower thinking skill, because this condition you just asking for your student about remembering and understanding. And digital tools that you can be used, you can choose here maybe about Googling, about the copying, highlighting, or searching, or more to be how to use namely a Google Chrome. And then this is in the learning and teaching process, or namely kegiatan inti, in the project-based learning, this is discover. Student work together. And the interactional phase here, you can help your student or ask them to discuss, analyze the concept or the material topic and the practice. You need ask your student to practice. For example, in speaking, you can ask them to speak in the classroom. This is in the Bloom taxonomy, you applying and analyzing. This is lower and in the middle to the higher of thinking skill. The digital that you can be used here, for example, Padlet or Google Classroom. And in the last one, before you close your material or your teaching process, learning and teaching process, this is the phase in the project-based learning, namely share. You can ask your student to share, present the finding of based on their discussion from their group. And in the post-instructional phase, based on the Gagne here, need to be providing a feedback for the student. You can give a test and ask your student to predict. This is related to the Bloom taxonomy. You achieve namely the higher of thinking skill. And the digital tools that you can be used, for example, video recording or the TikTok. Now, this is the lesson plan. For example, I share to you based on my experience when I teach in my university. Well, the next, this is the example how to design your material based on the student need. This is the example when I distribute my questionnaire by using Facebook. You can see here not only from Indonesia answer, but there are many countries here giving the contribution about how to designing the material right now based on the student condition. This is the four highlight answer from the student from all around the world. This is show us actually our student right now, they are digital student. They use a social media. They need you to design the material based on the social media. The social media, for example, by using Facebook, Twitter, as resources in learning, because they use a social media right now, not only how to show up our activity, but more again, Facebook, for example, you cannot be used as resources in learning. And this is, you must train your student how to use the social media as resource in learning, and then for their life, and then for their work, I mean that for their future career. This is the example I want to show it to you, how to design the material based on the film, because most of the students right now, they like a film. This is related with my research. My student, they are in the visual and editory, and most of the answer based on this questionnaire, they are like material based on the film and song. And let me show you how to use a film in the classroom. This is the activity. I divided the activity into 5 pages here. In this 5 page, this is a chip, namely Bloom taxonomy, and use some of digital application. In the warm-up category, this is, for example, before the student watching the movie, you can ask your student to understanding about the volunteer, because the film, this is show up about the volunteer. In the Bloom taxonomy, this is still in understanding category. And while watching the film like this, you can ask your student to remember the film chronology. And then in the presenting phase, you can ask your student to create the brainstorming. This is apply, for example, how you can ask your student how to finding the synonym or the antonym word based on the film topic, the film theme here. And then in the practice, you can ask your student to discuss the film mandate based on the movie they have watched. This is in the Bloom taxonomy, this is applying, we are moving now to the higher of thinking skill. What about in the production? What you should do? In the production, you can ask your student to write a composition based on the movie they have watched, and then you can ask your student to create a simple movie or video project retelling the video they have watched. You can use, for example, Can Master or a TikTok. And the last, in evaluation, you can ask your student to answer the question based on the materials given or evaluation. And now, what about a song? This is the example I use song here. This is namely a lyric training. Lyric training. This is some of the activity. The first activity I showed to you, the student, for example, listening to the song, and then they can choose the answer on the box of this one. They're listening to the song, and then they are fill in the blank to complete the lyric, the song text. What Again, the next activity, you can ask your student to discuss about the picture, about the feeling, and then how to prediction the student feeling by using emoji. This is, for example, I share to you based on my experience. And before I close my presentation, how to make the teaching fun. You can see here, you can use, you can create your material based on your student need, and then prepare the technology based on the student condition and the process, and make your student more fun in learning and teaching, how to motivate them, and then how to make them more enjoyable in your classroom. And the last, when the input and the process you do, you apply in the classroom, actually you get the output, the student more engaged in your classroom, engage your learning and teaching, your learning and teaching process, and then they can be collaborate their skill. And this is my classroom before COVID-19. Actually, this is 3 years ago, 2017. I experiment about how to use the digital material and by using a smartphone. This is in the classroom when the student are using a film. And during the COVID-19, I use some of the platform, for example, Class Dojo and then Zoom. And the last one, this is many question about this condition. What about the student if they don't have the internet connection? You know that we are educators. Nothing can stop education. If you have a good pedagogy philosophy, you can use many things. You can use many way how to teach your student based on your student condition. This is the condition, the student condition. They don't have internet connection. But this is my friend developing the, namely here sarung in Indonesia, or in Mandar, namely lipat sakbe. This is sarung I use as a media in teaching. And the next one, in outdoor classroom. This is related Dr. Randy material about the multiple intelligence, how to use them in the outside environment or in the outside in the classroom. This is just so the student don't have a connection, internet connection. The teacher can be used, namely a TGT or Teams games tournament, or this is related to the cooperative learning based on the sleeping theory. And actually, pedagogy is the driver. We are not talking more about the technology. The technology, this is the secondly. The first thing you must do, how to designing your material, your lesson plan, your activity, because in education, this is the holistic process. But you must know, not now, right now, because the condition right now in the global condition, we are in the digital condition, in the digital world. That's why we need to be integrated technology in our learning and teaching. And the technology can be used to make our learning and teaching process more easy, more interactive, interesting, practical, effective, and efficient. So thank you very much for listening me today, and thank you for having me today. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Moderator. Oh, Asif. Hi.
Hi, I'm there.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
Where is the moderator?
Maybe they are going outside to enjoy some time.
Okay. So we must Windy. Maybe you can. Where is the moderator? We need her. Moderator. I have finished.
Okay, so I think you
Yeah,
can become
you can.
you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
become a moderator because I have a short time, so I have a next class for that. So should I start now?
Boleh, silahkan Asif.
Okay, so I will be sharing my slide, and it is more or less similar there. So
Excuse me.
thank you.
This is moderator.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we get in trouble. Okay, thank you for presentation from Dr. Mutmaina. Okay, for Dr. Muhammad, any question? Yes, please. Can you give a question or the presentation about the science instructional basic matters in teaching for next normal education by Dr. Mutmaina? Thank you. Yes, please, Dr. Muhammad, your time for give question.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving me a chance and opportunity for presenting. So I have something very similar with Ibu Mutmaina. So my name is Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan. Basically, I'm working so I'm working as a
Mikrofonnya dimatikan. Ya.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm
Sorry.
working as a yes. Okay. So this is very similar stuff with like Ibu Mutmaina talk about that how we can arranging our slides or our preparation or our teaching philosophy within the class. So I will be talking a little bit about that and giving some further information. So and then finally in few slides I will be just giving like which method is the best for recovering or attaining some opportunities. And I thank you very much for everyone. Maybe it is morning here, and I think around the globe maybe there is evening or still night or something. So I appreciate everyone is listening to me. So first of all, we need to discuss our different approaches and methods while we are teaching, while we concern as educator. Okay, so Chinese proverb says like 1,000 teachers, 1,000 methods. So every teacher has a different method and different methodology for that. So while considering this, we should be having a strategy for our teaching. Like it is a long-term plan of action designing to how to achieve our particular goals, our objectives, how to transfer our knowledge from one way to the one path to the another medium. So then there is also a thing that we need to have some teaching approach also, like a set of principles or beliefs or ideas that the natural learning should be like this, not like we are teaching everywhere. A teacher is the person, teacher is the one who is also giving command, instruction. So by this way, this is very traditional way. So students are not very familiar with that. So always teacher is the person who is giving commands and everything. So I will be presenting some short information like the concept of Venus has implemented inside in Jakarta for their students. So teaching method is actually, it is a philosophy of someone which we catch from the previous our ancestors and our educators. So it is a systematic way of doing something. So when the method is there, orderly method is there, logical method is there, chronological method is there. So we are only just arranging procedures for that further. So teaching techniques is also something like Ibu Mutmaina already defined some, this should be like this way. Everyone has, there are so many writers, there are so many researchers working on that. I'm also working on writing a book on teaching methods, so which should be just 20th or 21st century. So teaching techniques are well-defined procedures actually, not like just a person become only a teacher better or a facilitator in the class only, but rather than that, there are other things we should be considering while promoting our skills or transferring our knowledge. So this is kind of specific activity we are doing, not something like we are dealing with the deep technologies, not something very complex procedure we are just giving them in the class. So student mentality is like students below the age of 18 years or 20, below the age of 25 years, they are still capable of catching most of the strongest or the complex theories around us. So there should be a specific way, like I will be discussing the philosophies in the previous time, that like a prenalist philosophy that emphasize on the values, essentialist philosophy is knowledge. What is knowledge? Actually, they are transferring it just like we are having a bird in our home and we are just making them to understand our language and then ask them to speak about that. So this is something we should be working on very seriously on these things. Progressive philosophy also emphasizes on experiences, like let's say a professor is a person who is most experienced in teaching academy or in teaching atmosphere or framework. So people consider him as authority, like this is the very experienced person. So he can be delivering more better than an individual who is coming newly in the market. And there is another philosophy, reconstructionist. So they believe on the social reform. So under social phenomena, what is the social ontology? So on the principle of social ontology, they are talking about. They are just promoting their teaching stuff inside in the class. And then on the basis of these all, I will just skip few of the slides because some of them is like student-centered method and some of them is a teacher-centered. And teacher-centered means a teacher is everyone, everything in the class. So he is authority in the class. So what he says, it is true. But there is nothing, any experiment or nothing, any one wanna inquire or something like they wanna do by themselves. So what teacher said, it is true. So I'm not against teacher, but I am not against also students. So there should be some negotiable way to make some good learning inside the class. So on basis of my research, I have concluded there are two ways. So and finally, I will be talking about these two ways, like inquiry method. So we should be implementing inquiry method. Those other philosophies we already have in the previous centuries. Okay, what is inquiry actually method? We will never be able to help children learn if we are telling them everything by ourselves. If we tell them, if we are just giving them knowledge only and only what they ask, we give them. So if we are not allowing them to do or practice it by themselves, so it is not something different. So we are not giving them some proper knowledge. So rather we must provide them opportunities to explore, inquire, and discover by themselves. So how they can do the core inquiry is a spontaneous and a self-directed exploration, like how they can explore things. Like we can be defining the topic or introduce the question, what is the question actually, and guide students plan where and how to gather data and information by themselves. Not just like planning a technological instrument, like not having some digital stuff to understand them, but let them work by themselves, and we are working as a facilitator inside there. Then students should present their findings, like what they find from that topic or research or from plan, like in a graphical ways or chart. They should present chart. They should be presented by PowerPoint so that we can understand what actually their background is going there and what actually they are up to the point. Okay, and then there is another way beside inquiry method. This is known as a designing gamification method, like a sort of games, like the rules and principles we enact from the games, and we can implement that those our all sort of procedures or principles or rules within the class also. So for these rules, we need the rules and instructions of the system should be explained clearly in the beginning of the course. Like in the game, if you are doing some wrong or you are foul, so you will be kicked out, you will be given a red card, you will be given a yellow card, whatever is there. So every rule should be taken out or spoken out before while starting the class. The system should have points, students level, and then there should be the quest, a natural quest of understanding to make it more interesting. And then it is also important to accommodate passive students there, and those students who are their IQ level is high, they can become a teacher and they can become a leader of the class, and then they can also convert their understanding. So actually, from this slide, I just don't want to waste a lot of time. Just only want to convey these two methods, the inquiry-based method and the another one is gamification style. Like rules of game we can apply in the class, and we can make them understand our what we wanna going to teach them, or what is our philosophy we wanna transfer them. Okay, so actually, so this session was about philosophy. So what is your philosophy and what it should be about? How a student should acquire knowledge, both method and your content should be emphasized there, and how a student should acquire intellectual skills like soft skills or hard skills. Both methods should be and there. How students should acquire ideas and values should classroom size and certain. Be certain to identify your time style in the classroom, and then explain how you will be applying your philosophy in the classroom. So it should be predetermined, everything like a lesson plan in a primary school level. So similar things are there. So only implementing these two ideas like gamification plus beside gamification we can have inquiry based. Inquiry based we can involve students directly to act and work, so they can dig out and create some good stuff there, and then they can present by PowerPoint presentation. So in conclusion, I would say these two philosophies are very interesting for learning in the classroom rather than implementing very high technological understanding. Even nowadays, there is some sort of things most of the students cannot catch up with them. So if we make the things very easier for them, so more easier for them, because we are a teacher. Teacher means to make them teach something and make it easy for them. So in our classroom atmosphere, we can apply a good method or our strategy in order to cope the challenges. Okay, so that was my discussion. I would appreciate if there are questions or if to make it more further clear. So if there is any questions, so most welcome everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to say sorry because I thought you will ask a question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe direct question for audience from audience. Uh, if you have a question, please raise your hand or chat box in platform. Thank you.
Welcome, Prof. Nawas. Hi, nice to meet you here, Prof. Moderator.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, maybe there are any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, please.
I think there is no question, so I appreciate everyone and thank you very much for listening to my discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad. The next speaker from Dr. Rabnawas Lodi. I'm invite Dr. Rabnawas Lodi from University of Central Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. Your time is turn. Yes, please. Silakan. Sorry.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It is very, I feel honored that you invited me as a keynote speaker for this wonderful session. And this is the international session, so I get a chance to share my knowledge, my views among the international faculty, among the community, research community. So today I would like to talk about the learning management system, and this is basically the very important tool while we are teaching online classes. So I would like to talk about the LMS, learning management system. So this is very powerful tool. I would like to share my screen, and I believe that the audience of this particular forum, this international conference, or they will be very benefited from this talk. And I'm going to share my screen. So hello audience, this is Dr. Rabnawaz Lodi, and I believe that you can see this screen. I did my PhD in management sciences from Bahria University, Islamabad, Pakistan, and I have a vast teaching, training, consultancy, and research experience in Pakistan, Malaysia, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and United States of America. My area of interest is information systems, strategic management, e-business, and management information system. How we can apply IT skills in business, in accounting, finance, marketing, human resource management, and project management. So I discovered my passion in the field of training and development activities. I trained thousands of people, thousands of professors around the world. So different universities from different countries, they invited me as a resource person, as a keynote speaker. I went there, I trained the people, I trained the professors, PhD students in different countries in more than almost 50 universities. Last year in 2019, University of South Florida, USA, they invited me they invited me as a resource person. I went there and I trained the faculty, professors from different states of America and Canada, and also people from China. They also participated in my workshop. So I trained the people in qualitative research, qualitative data analysis using NVivo software. So I'm certified trainer of NVivo 9 and 10. So similarly, last year, Bajashir University, Turkey, they invited me on the international conference. So I also trained the people because it was the pre-conference workshop. So people joined from 23 different countries. So I also trained them in qualitative research and data analysis using NVivo software. So similarly, King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, they invited me on the Harvard University USA funded project. I went there and I trained their professional team in qualitative research, qualitative data analysis, and mixed methods research design on the Harvard project. So it was very wonderful session. So in Malaysia, UUM, University of Utara, Malaysia, they invited me, and I went there and I trained the professors and uh, PhD students from 35 different countries in different quantitative and qualitative data analytical techniques. So this is my expertise in NVivo, MaxQDA, Atlas TI. So these are basically qualitative data analytical softwares, and SPSS, Smart PLS, and I'm also expert of M plus in multi-level modeling and also stratification modeling using AMOS software. So I have a number of international publication, and my total impact factor is 20.707. So I'm also guest editor of an impact factor journal. Its impact factor is 2.796. So we are going to publish a very wonderful special issue in the field of qualitative research in hospitality and tourism management. So the journal title is Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. So inshallah, we are going to publish a very wonderful special issue in the year of 2021. So audience, now come to the point. I would like to talk about the information system. So I start from the information system in the corporate sector. So it is commonly known as ERP system, Enterprise Resource Planning System. So when we talk about Enterprise Resource Planning System, ERP system, this is basically the complete holistic system. There are different departments in the organization, like finance and accounting department, marketing and sales department, human resource department, manufacturing and production department. So all these departments are joined together with the central database, and this complete system. And when we talk about system, it doesn't mean it is only limited to the software, but it also includes the people, the structure, the policies, the infrastructure of IT, hardware, software, telecommunication devices. So when we combine all the all the elements, and then we can say that this is the complete system. So ERP system, mainly when we talk about ERP system, the first thing which comes in our mind, that is software. ERP means software. Yes, this is software, ERP is software, but when we talk about system, so it's mean the complete elements of which includes people, management, infrastructure, hardwares, telecommunication, and software ultimate. So all these this particular ERP system combine all the departments. So what are the benefit of this system? There is centralized reporting, and ultimately the output of one department becomes the input for another department. So this is very integrated system. So it provides integration, automation mean when one department is getting reports from another department, so it is integrated, and automatic system, automatically they operate their functions. So similarly, this is the navigation, business performance. We can navigate, we can check the performance, we can control what is going on in my organization. So on a single click, I can check. It provides the holistic view. So this is very wonderful system. So particularly in the world, there are two very famous ERP systems, like SAP and Oracle e-business suite. In Pakistan, there are different companies like Angro, like Nestle, like PTCL, ICI, Gats Pharma. So these companies, Coca-Cola even, they applied SAP ERP system. While there are so many companies in organization where Oracle e-business suite is operational. So if we check the total brands available in the market, ERP brands, so we can say that most of the organization prefer to implement SAP, either SAP or Oracle ERP system or Oracle e-business suite. So now come our the learning management system. So I talked about the corporate system, ERP system, but now this is time to link this system with the learning management system. This is also information system, learning management system. And uh, learning management system is used in both corporate sectors and in the institutions, in the organizations. So in corporate sectors, uh, organizations use learning management system for the training of their employees. So the employees also get benefit from learning management system. So we can schedule their trainings, we can share the knowledge, we can conduct online sessions on learning management system, and we can also assess the employees what they have learned in the organization. We can also apply different types of assessments. So this is very wonderful tool for the industry. So when we talk about academia or institution, so it is purely specialized in the institutions. So when we talk about learning management system, normally in Pakistani universities, they applied learning management systems. Yeah. So also in Indonesia and in different countries, I believe that universities are using learning management system. It is very broad term used to describe the software tool designed to manage user learning intervention and provide access to the online learning services for the students, for the teachers, and for the administrators. So in learning management systems, there are three major stakeholders. Number one is students. So without student, we cannot operate the learning management system. Students are the major stakeholders. So a teacher is also major stakeholder. So without teacher, we cannot ensure the uh, uh, courses. Even though if you are going to plan the standalone courses, but there must be the teacher behind the story. So then there must be administrator. The role of administrator is to control overall activities of the students and of the teachers. administrator also enrolled the students. They registered the student over the learning management system, and they also schedule, they set the timetable, they schedule the classes, they schedule the courses. So they also conduct some assessment like examination. So there must be administrator. So these are, I conclude my discussion on this point, that in learning management system there are three major stakeholders: number one, student; number two, teacher; number three, administrator. So and normally we apply cloud-based technology in learning management system. So this system, this software is saved in the system of third party. So we can access the software online, but when we close the browser, the software it is not just like the normal softwares which we install in our computer systems. So it is installed in cloud memory, cloud system. So we can browse, we can bring it in our system for the time being, and we can open it on the internet, we can use it. And there are so many benefits of cloud computing. And there is no specific place from where you want to operate this system. You can go anywhere in the world, you can operate it from so there is no specific space, or there is no specific time. Even students can assess this system even after the class, and even maybe in the nights, maybe in the morning, maybe afternoon, so maybe evening. So there is no time specific or space specific. So this is the benefit and flexibility of this learning management system. So this is the student dashboard, and student can check the activities like the courses where he or she is registered, and the quizzes, the marks and performance, the grades, and also the rewards. So previously we give the certificates, hard copy certificates, or hard copy shields, or awards, or medals. Now this is the area, this is the time of digital technology. So we also provide the rewards in term of digital certificates, in term of digital medals, in term of digital recognitions. So now this system has changed the complete story, complete scenario. And a student can check that either they are going to they are going to receive the reward or the punishment. So maybe on their bad performance, they get some punishment. So this is the student dashboard. And similarly, we can also on the other side, a teacher can also open this particular software, and also go to the particular student, and check that the student performance, and also assign a particular quiz. So this is very flexible, flexibility in this system. We can create separate quiz for separate student. So for each student we can create different quiz. So this is the flexibility of the system. And in this way we can control the chances of cheating during the assessment, during the examination. So there are so many benefits of this learning management system. And if I talk about the different dimensions of this system, so I need to use pen, epic pen, just to point out the different uh, areas of this. Okay. uh, Now there are different components, or we can say different dimensions of this learning management system. First of all, if you check that uh, the first and most important thing is started from the registration. So here you can find on my left side, you can find this particular dimension, registration. So we can use this system from starting point, that is registration. So we have to register the courses, we have to register the teacher, we have to register the students, we have to register the programs, and along with the PLOs, program learning outcomes, or CLOs, course learning outcomes. So, and also the course contents. So registration is the first step. We have to register the things in the system, and then there must be the online course material, and you can find this is on the right side on the top, online course material, in term of audios, in term of videos, in term of animated slides, PPT slides, or in term of other documents. So we can upload all these kinds of material on this system, learning management system. And there must be the delivery mean the teacher is going to deliver the lecture. So the teacher can use the mobile phones or web portals to deliver the lecture, and on this particular learning management system. So the most important thing is that the material will be available even this if the system is not online, if the teacher is not online, if the student can access the material anytime. So the PDFs, the HTML or CSS files, or other types of material, the material will be available on learning management system, and a student can also download the material, and also download the standalone material, like the video recorded lectures or the recorded lectures in term of PPT slides. So we can also record the audio and video in the Microsoft PowerPoint, and now so in this way we can make the material as standalone material, and we can share with the students, and student can easily assess that particular material. And even the system, even if the teacher is not available, so they will consider that they are in front of the teacher. It is the standalone material. When they will open the PPTs, they will watch the video of the teacher on the bottom side of the PPT slides. So in this way, the students can easily assess this particular system. So then I'm going to discuss about the communication. So on the you can see there is another dimension of the system, communication. So we can easily communicate, the teacher can easily communicate on the different forums or emails or different chat box in learning management system. So on a single click, teacher can send the email to all students. So this is the facility in learning management system. Teacher can initiate the discussion, or any student can initiate the discussion on the different forums available in learning management system. Then after that particular post, the other students and the teacher can give their comments below that particular topic. And in this way we can have the very wonderful, amazing, and unbelievable discussion on the different forums available in learning management system. So this is the communication part. And then I would like to talk about the testing. So on the left side you can see the another dimension, which is testing. So testing mean testing mean assessment. So through the learning management system, there are different tests available. Number one, self test. Student can also test themselves. So and they can also join the different online quizzes, and they can assess their knowledge level. So ultimately on the different attempts, so if the students are not scoring the good grades or good marks in the first attempt, then they can also go for another attempt. So after 2 or 3 attempts, it will be better for the students to learn the things, and ultimately move for the final quiz, which should be graded. graded by the teacher. So this is also the testing, and also we teacher can upload the different quizzes and different assignments and different midterm or final exam or different types of exams on the learning management system, and automatically compile the result. So it also supports the teacher. So if the teacher design the quiz, teacher can give the option which one is the right option, then learning management system will automatically give the result automatically. So there would not be effort of the teacher for the paper checking or checking the long question. So yes, there is limitation. We can assess, we can apply this particular system on the objective type questions like MCQs, but again for the subjective type questions there must be the involvement of the teacher. So we can conduct both types of quizzes or assignments or exams in both objective or subjective. So this is the flexibility of this system. So then the last one I would like to talk about the tracking of learning. Tracking of learning mean we can also check the performance of the students. So either the students are performing well or they are not performing well. So we can track their learning, and we can also open the complete performance in the single page of each student. So this is tracking of learning, and this is the wonderful feature in learning management system. So there are different platforms of learning management system available. So there are so many open access and open source learning management system, and Moodle is very famous learning management system, LMS, and which is available. So this is the open source, but there are also some commercial systems, and they are very strong system like e-college or desire to learn, or these are very learn.com. These are some paid software. So SAP ERP is also providing the learning management system, SAP Enterprise Learning. It is very powerful tool for the universities, for the colleges, for the higher education colleges. So we can apply this particular learning management system. So there are different facilities. I already talked about these facilities. Learning management system provide the course material facility, either online or offline. The student can access the course material easily. So there is a forum facility. You can generate the discussion by giving, by posting a particular topic, then on the post on the below, there would be some discussion from the side of the student, from the side of the teacher. So it also provide the multimedia gallery. So we can also save the different types of photographs on learning management system, flow charts or the infographics on multimedia gallery. So it is also the facility in learning management system. So links facility, we can also post some types of links. So for example, if I'm going to deliver my lecture in the class, and I think that I one of the professors in foreign university who delivered the same lecture, and his lecture or her lecture is available on the internet and on YouTube. So the teacher can easily share the link of the same lecture. So this is the facility. We can link the topic with that particular material, with that particular video recorded lecture. So this is the facility in learning management system. We can also post different types of news, some notice boards, some notices, and some new as announcements. So it also provide this particular facility. If we click, then on a single click we can communicate, we can spread our message among the all student community, among the all teacher or administrative staff members. So I already talked about that. It also provide the assignment facility. We can post the assignments, we can conduct the quizzes, we can conduct the examination on learning management system. So we can also give the dates of last date or deadline for the submission of that particular assignment. We can also give the grades, we can also give the marks. So this is very wonderful system. So there is also assessment facility. I already talked about the assessment in term of quizzes, assignments, or final or midterm exams. Then announcement facility, I already talked about announcement facility. We can announce some news. We can announce that there is some change in class schedule, there is some change in class plan or planner or contents or material. So the teacher can announce easily just on a single click. He can spread the message announcement among the all students. So there is also another facility of learning management system, that is term management. We can schedule the timetable and the classes. So online the teacher can assess the timetable, the slots available, the if the teacher is not going to take the class as per the timetable, then definitely he can schedule another class, makeup class, another time in another timing. So he has to communicate with the administration. Then definitely on the certain approval according to their policies, the teacher can reschedule the classes. So this is the term management or complete schedule, or the the complete semester planner. You can post it, and according to that particular planner, you can take your classes, you can take your quizzes, assignments, midterm or final exam. And also if you are going to plan some industrial tours, and if there are some holidays or the government official holidays, you can also put in your schedule or in the complete semester planner. So then the teacher can post his or her profile, research papers, research interest, and the number of students supervised, or the students and the name of the students and email addresses already supervised by that particular teacher. So in this way, the new students can also join the supervisor, that his or her area of interest completely match with my area of interest. So I should go for that particular supervisor. So he has good repute, he has supervised a number of theses, and he produced a number of research papers. His profile is very strong, his area of interest is closely to the area to my area of interest. So in this way we can share the teacher profile and on the learning management system. So there must be the evaluation by the student. So a student can evaluate: number one, teacher; number two, course; number three, university facilities. So we can also assess the satisfaction level of the students using this learning management system. This is wonderful, amazing facility. So student can give the comments, student can also fill the questionnaire, like the student feedback form, and the student can give the comments about the teacher, so about the course, and about the university facilities. So this is student satisfaction. This is very important, for particularly if universities are going for the accreditations. So different accreditation bodies also check the satisfaction level of the students, of the teachers, and of the staff members. So this is very important, and you can easily conduct this survey using learning management system. Then there is the evaluation by the teacher. Teacher can evaluate the student and university facility. So then course management, I already talked about. Teacher can put the course outline, course objective, learning outcomes, and and also match the program learning outcomes with the course learning outcomes, or the course objective or the program objective. So he or she can also map all these kinds of things. So this is very common in Pakistan, because Pakistan is the member of Washington Accord. So according to Washington Accord accreditation, in all Pakistani universities we have applied OBE, outcome based education. So this is the requirement of OBE system, outcome based education. We complete apply the Bloom's taxonomy from the lower level learning towards the higher level learning levels. So we start from the learning, remembering levels, toward the understanding, then application, then evaluation, then analysis, then evaluation, then creativity. So we bring the students toward the creativity level in Pakistani universities. So we have very good, alhamdulillah, very good teaching standards. And uh, uh, Pakistan is the 18th signatory body in the Washington Accord accreditation, particularly in BS engineering degree programs. So this is basically the system. And they have compulsory requirement. They imposed our universities to implement OBE system through learning management system in Pakistani universities. So this is the privilege in Pakistani universities. So the last thing which I would like to discuss, that the teacher can take the online attendance. This is very wonderful facility in learning management system. So automatically, if you put some policy like 75% attendance is compulsory for the student should attend 75% of the lectures, then definitely if you put some policies, the system will automatically drop the student. If the student will keep absent, if the student is not attending the classes, and if he cross the limit, then automatically the system will drop that particular student from the particular course or from the particular program. So this is the facilities. And I have shared this particular cube learning management system. There are some snapshots like portfolio documents, like forum. So in this way we can generate some healthy discussion. We can put some topic, and on the below that particular topic, student can post, student can share their views, student can participate actively in the portfolio forums. So then the next one is, so this is not the visible, but this is the gallery. So student can post different types of pictures, and teacher can post. And this is the portfolio assignment. Student can post some assignments, and teacher can post some assignment. Student has to give that particular response against that particular assignment. So automatically teacher can check the assignments, and the marks will be added in the total assessment sheet of the students. So then there would be online test. Teacher can conduct the online test for the students. So this is very important facility. And teacher can design different quizzes, assignments, and share the discussion. So when we talk about learning management systems advantages, but one thing you should keep in your mind, there must be some disadvantages of this system. So no system is complete in this world. So we are Muslim, and this is our iman, that human being is not complete. Allah has made this body, but we are not complete. So some people have more skills, some people have more money, some people have more time. So there are different, basically, uh, uniqueness, or you can say we can use these types of some competitive advantage to get some advantage over the other people in this world. So this is basically the thing. And there must be some advantages and disadvantages, because this system has made by the human being. So there must be some flaws in this system. So there are different disadvantages of this system, and there are so many advantages I already discussed. So audience, this is all about from my side. And if you have any question, you are most welcome to ask me the question if you would like to ask. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. If you have a question, please raise your hand or write in the chat box of this platform. And if there are no questions, we will continue to the next presentation.
What's going on?
So audience, I have also shared this is my email address, and my WhatsApp or cell number. You can see in this particular first slide. Uh, my email address is rabnawaz lodhi @yahoo.com, and my cell phone number or WhatsApp is +92 is our country code, Pakistani code, and 333 4093 460. So my online lectures are available. Our universities in United States of America, University of South Florida, they recorded my online lectures, my training workshops available on internet, and particularly my workshop on qualitative research methodologies and data analysis. So you can Google my name, you can watch my videos available on YouTube. And if
Excuse
you would
me.
like to contact me, so I have provided my email. Yeah, thank you so much. Ji
Okay,
please.
wait, Mr. Rob.
Rab
There are
Nawaz.
question from audience
Yeah,
in
that's great.
the chat.
Yeah, most welcome. So my name is Rab Nawaz, not Rab. Rab
Oh,
mean
I'm sorry.
Allah. Allah. Rab mean God. So Rab Nawaz mean blessing of Allah. Yeah, no
Okay,
problem.
sorry. Okay,
No
sorry.
problem. Thank you.
There are a question from
Yeah, please.
audience. Can you read it or?
So no. My mouse pointer is stuck, and I'm unable to move. There is some problem in the system. So you can read the question. I will give you the answer.
Okay,
I'm
the question is, can we deal with the students' various needs or auditory, visual, kinesthetic through the system?
sorry. Could you please repeat the question? Can we deal
Okay,
with the students?
okay, the question is, can we deal with the students'
Yes.
various needs or auditory, visual, kinesthetic through the system?
I didn't understand. Could you please elaborate these words in your own words to use some easy words? What they want to ask from me?
Dr. Rob Nawaz, can I explain it?
I cannot hear you clearly. Yes, please speak loudly.
Okay, the okay, yes, please. Audience.
Bisa dengar suara bukan? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Rob Nawas.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, that was actually my questions. So
Yes,
my
please.
question is, how through this system, how do we deal with the students' various needs? Because as we know, students have different needs in terms of uh, learning, in terms
Yeah.
of learning process. So like visual, kinesthetic, or auditory. So how can we deal with their needs?
Yeah, this is very wonderful question. So we can fulfill the different needs of the students. Like the first and most need of the student is learning. Learning. So student must learn something from the teacher from that particular course. So this is the learning management system. We can provide the complete opportunity of the learning. We can apply the blended learning environment, like we can use some gadgets like the mobile phones, like the tablets, like the laptops, and sometime we can, if we are conducting the classes physically, we can also go for the mixed methods, like for the physical and for the online classes. So this system provides fulfill the both need of physical classes and for the online classes. So from using this learning management system, we can fulfill the need of the students of learning. We can deliver our lecture online, we can deliver our lecture physically in the classes, we can mark the attendance, we can also give our material to the students, we can also get their feedback from the students, we can also assess the students. So these are basically the needs and requirements from the student side and from the administrative science side. So the teacher can fulfill these requirements, both the students and the administrators, using this learning management system. Okay. I hope you got my answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, sir.
That's really
Okay, thank you for audience. Any question? Okay, in the chat, there are questions from Siti Fatima, Indonesia. For Dr. Rats, thanks for fantastic materials. The question from Sifa, Indonesia. All the materials should be delivered digitally.
Yeah. And the question is, it is compulsory to deliver the lecture online. So please, could you repeat your question?
The the question is, or all the materials should be delivered digitally?
Yes, of course, because this is not the physical system. This is the information system based on the information technology. So we can only the shared material. We can share the digital material. We can share the online material. So this is not the physical system. This is a totally online system. So we can share. So I can practically demonstrate if you have time. If you could spare more 10 minutes, I can show you the learning management system of my university. So please tell me the time. If I have time, I can show the learning management system of my university. So tell me how much time I have. If I have time, I can show in the next 10 minutes the learning management system. Yes, please confirm. My question is that do I have time?
Yes, you have
Okay,
a 5 minute for to
5
show
minutes.
us.
So I just need to log in again my system. Then I'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Then I will share this particular system. So meanwhile, you can take more question from the sides of the audience. Thank you. So please wait for 1 to 2 minutes. I'm going to online again.
Okay, sure.
Yes, audience, can you can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Okay, that's wonderful. So I'm can you see my screen?
yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful. So I'm going to open CMS of my university. This is the CMS portal, and this is the learning management system in our university. This is my name on the top side, Rab Nawaz Lodhi, Dr. Rab Nawaz Lodhi, and this is my university, UCP, University of Central Punjab. And what I'm going to show you, this is the term management. This is a teacher timetable, fall semester 2020, and I can preview. These are my courses along with the different time. So our semester is going to be started from Monday, coming Monday, and I will have the class in room number C114, and this is the business research methods from 11 to 12:20. So then I will have another consecutive class of management information system from this time. So this is the timetable on Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I can check my timetable here. This is the complete learning management system. And this is the term management. And I can also open the notice board. If university has some announcement, they can also post it on notice board. I can also generate some notices, and if I click on this plus button, I can generate some notices. And there is also the teacher website. I can post my profile, teacher profile. This is my name, Dr. Rabnamaz Lodi. This is my official email address, and this is my telephone extension. I'm associate professor, and this is my date of joining. So this is my complete profile. So I have not provided my education and awards or these types of information, but I should provide them in this system. But this is the system. This system supports you to share your profile among your students. Those students will be able to understand your personality, your contributions, your area of interest, your experience, your education. This is the complete profile of the teacher. So there is some evaluation, teacher evaluation. I can also open my last semester. This is spring 2020, and I can check. These are the courses I taught to the different classes. Strategic management. If I open this course preview, and this is the feedback from the student. So Alhamdulillah, I got very good feedback from the student. So 100% satisfied. Best teacher, blessed. We are blessed. So everything is good. So these are the positive comments from the side of the students. So there is also some objective assessment. This is the objective assessment and answer of the students. The teaching professional behavior. This is the assessment by the student. So this is the total score, overall score out of 10, 9.16. So either the students are satisfied or not, I can put. So this is the second assessment, and so this is also the completely perfect, but I'm not perfect, but student has given the positive, very positive feedback. And this is the my course of MS qualitative research methods. I'm expert in this qualitative. So student also provided very positive feedback. So I have never seen a negative comment in my feedback, Alhamdulillah. So this is my feedback from the PhD class, contemporary methods for data analysis. So this is also, there are only 5 students in the PhD class. So this is my feedback, and I can also check my feedback, teacher evaluation. This is the course management. So this is very wonderful system, and I can check the course website. And if I want to check this particular research method and manuscript writing, this is my complete course. I have put the course objectives, learning outcomes, and methodology. So these are the requirements. So this is the course objective. And this is the learning outcomes. This is methodology, lecture, group discussion, hands-on practical session, and video case studies. So this is the methodology I'm going to use during my semester. And this is the course objectives. This is the calendar of activities on every week. This is week 1. I'm going to cover this topic. So what would be my methodology? So this would be my methodology. So in this way, I have covered all the contents in this particular week wise, my planner, and this is the recommended book. I already announced, published by 2015, and business research method. This is the 9th edition, and I provided all the information. So I can also put some web resources. So I can give the URL, but this is missing. So I have planned to give the lecture online lectures of the professors from different universities. So this is very wonderful option. And this is the last great point. So I divided 5% quizzes, 5% assignment, project presentation, 20% midterm, 30%, and final term 40%. So this is my division of marks. And then there is also option email to all students. So after this particular course website, this is the email to all students. So I can click on a single click, I can send the email to all my students. This is the question bank. I can save a number of questions, quiz question or subjective objective question in my question bank. And then definitely I can pick and choose and then share the questions with my students. So this is the question bank I can create. And this is the course material, which is very important. So I'm going to click on this course material. I have to check the course material about any course like this course. So on chapter wise, I have put all this material, and student can also download it on a single click, and they can also open this PPT and lecture notes. This is the complete material I already provided them. And so this is the online material. I can put the PPTs or the Word document or the PDF, so or the videos. This is my choice. But now our semester is going to be started from coming Monday, so I need to put more material. So time to time, this is my choice to put more material in this particular. Then announcement option is there. I can announce something, reschedule my classes. Then also the attendance option is also there. I can take the attendance of my students. This is class attendance. So now, so software is giving that there is no scheduled class. So if today is my class, then software will show the complete, the complete uh, attendance of the students. So here I can easily take the attendance of my students. And there is also the previous attendance reports. I can check my students here. This is my course attendance sheet. So this is my class students. This is the MS class. So we take limited intake, only 15 students in MPhil class or MS class. So this is very quality checks. Uh, After the quality passing the student from the quality test, quality checks, then we, after the screening, we finalize the student. But in our bachelor classes, like introduction to information system, there are more students. Like if I click on this attendance, there are 31 students in one class. So all these students are registered, but their attendance is zero. Uh, their classes, regular classes are zero, make up total because we are going to start the semester.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Uh,
So my this is from my side. And if you have further question, you can ask me. Otherwise, thank you so much for attending this particular session. And I believe you people have learned a lot. And this is my contact information I already shared. You can also Google my name. You can read my research articles. You can watch my videos available on internet. So I'm very humble. I'm very down to earth person. I'm very friendly person. So I have different links in different countries. But to be honest, I'm very little student. So I'm learning day by day. So I pray for pray to Allah that Allah please protect me from arrogance. And I'm very down to earth person, alhamdulillah. So you people are all my friends, and we'll keep in contact, inshallah. So we'll be very supportive, inshallah. So if you have any question, you can ask me.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. We have to move out to next speaker.
That's great. So thank you so much for
Okay, thank you
inviting
for
me.
the presentation. And I'm sorry if I made a mistake.
No, no
Thank
problem.
you.
So that's wonderful. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay, for the next speaker, Dr. Atul Patil. Okay,
Hello.
Dr. Atul Patil.
Yeah, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, namaste from India. It's indeed an honor and privilege for me to be here on this virtual platform and meet you all. Thank you very much for your gracious invitation. I'm really glad to be here with you all. The presentation that I'm going to make is going to be on technology, which is a combination of teaching and technology, and what are the challenges and opportunities in the light of the new normal. Before I begin, I'd like to demonstrate what happens when we talk about different stakeholders in the field of education. So we have different stakeholders, like we have parents, then we have employers, we have students, and we have teachers. But let me talk about the two most important stakeholders, and I'd like to demonstrate what happens to them. So when we talk about education, the first important stakeholder is parents. So parents spend their money, and this is what happens. Let me demonstrate. So parents spend their money in the field of education for their children. So they invest money, and let's see what is the outcome. So the outcome is, their students or their children get a degree, for example, an engineering degree. Now, when we talk about the second stakeholder, that is employers. Now, this similar degree that they get, now the employers invest that degree, and what do they expect in the outcome is this. So they expect students to earn good amount of money. So they expect this, output from every student. So when we talk about these two important stakeholders, what we understand is they have many expectations, and these expectations are to be dealt with by the students. So here I'd like to begin with my presentation. So when we talk about technology, teaching with technology, there are different things involved in this. And a combination of technology and teaching is something that we all should consider, because we are the third stakeholder in the field of education, and we have a major responsibility when it comes to teaching children. And we have to keep in mind what are the expectations from the other stakeholders. So when we talk about technology has drastically transformed the way we live, the way we think, and education is no exception to this. The words that you see on the screen, for example, have changed their meanings over a period of time. So once upon a time, when window was just a small square hole in a house, when application was something written on a piece of paper, when keyboard was the piano, when mouse was just an animal, and file was an important official document, when hard drive was a long, hectic road trip, when cut was done with a knife and paste with glue, when web was a spider's home and virus was flu, and apple and blackberry were only fruits. Today, all these words have changed the meaning. So gone are the days that we had only one meanings attached to these words. So this is how technology has influenced language to a great extent. Now, when we talk about incorporation of technology, we need to think about our attitude towards the use of technology. And most of us as teachers have been quite reluctant to use technology. However, when we talk about our students are like digital natives. They are born with technology. And whereas some of us as teachers are digital immigrants, we were born when there was no technology around us. But today, all these learners are digital natives. They are independent learners when it comes to using technology. Like in India, an engineer called Sugat Mitra, he performed an experiment. What he did is he went to a small village where he installed a system, a computer in the wall, and there was nobody except the computer there. And the children from that village came to that system. The children, didn't go to school, but they started operating the computer on their own. They learned how to operate. After some days they started playing games, and you could then see that there used to be a long queue there, and waiting to operate the computer. There was no teacher, nobody to train them. So they managed to learn on their own. And then they also started teaching other children. So what we understand from this hole in the wall project is students are digital natives. They know how to use technology. And therefore, when we teach such children, we have to really stoop down to their level and teach. Now, look at these cartoons. The child is asking the teacher to check his homework on the home page where he has uploaded the homework. Then the father is asking the girl, how was your school today? And then she says, you can read all about this on my blog, dad. Then a mother is convincing the child that it was not downloaded, but it was born, because this is how children nowadays think. This is a conversation between a father and a son, and father sends a message, and the message reads like this: Dear Andy, how have you been? Your mother and I are fine. We miss you. Please sign up your computer and come downstairs for something to eat. Love, Dad. So they're in the same house, but this is how we have started communicating with each other only on digital platforms. Now, this is how our youngsters use the English language, especially when they interact with each other informally. They use a lot of acronyms like these. And some of these acronyms we might not be able to understand. But when we talk about youth, they use this on a daily basis, like LOL, laughing out loud, BRB, be right back, and the list goes on. So this is how they have started using language. It's not only about acronyms or text. Even they have started using symbols, or what we call emoticons. So all these emoticons also carry meanings attached to them. So if we are able to understand, then we will be in a position to understand the language that our students use. Now, because of this outbreak of COVID-19 and the pandemic, you can see on the screen that many countries all over the world have been affected by this, and it resulted in the closure of schools. And therefore, technology was at an advantage, and we therefore witnessed this new normal. And what we used to have earlier, now everything is happening online digitally. And as the previous speaker had just talked about learning management system, so technology is there to help even in such challenging time. So you can see how changes are taking place. Like the child is saying that to the parents that you don't have to worry about my future anymore. I just downloaded the entire college education. Then students used to say that I had to walk 2 miles through the snow to school. Or another student says my bus ride to school was 40 minutes away. But now everything is happening online, and it is just a matter of some seconds. And therefore the student said that 30 seconds only for my online classes. So what we used to have the classroom sessions, Now they are happening online because of this new normal. Teachers are also experimenting and students are also experimenting at the same time. So in the light of this new normal, we can also see many creative teachers, like in even if they don't have any resources, just a small mobile phone, and they come up with such creative ideas. Another teacher, only half of her body you can see, she is well dressed. So this is how teachers are also experimenting with online platforms. And of course our students are also very creative. The student has put up a photograph in front of the camera, and another student like this. So students and teachers are all creative, but this creativity has to be channelized. Earlier people used to run from the school. If they wanted to skip, it is a matter of only one click. Now they can simply exit. So this is how technology has transformed. Even we talk about see no evil, speak no evil. And now it is only a matter of 3 buttons on your screen, where you can unmute, you can stop your camera, or you can start speaking. So we should not wonder, even in the coming future people start using language like this. So instead of saying help, help, if the person shouts F1, 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 we should not be taken aback with such change in the classroom. So what I feel as a teacher, that the future of education is going to be very different than what it is today or what it was before the new normal. Teacher will no longer be the only source of knowledge, and we may even have global classrooms where maybe a single class consisting of students from different countries, and they're just connected with each other via internet, and students and faculty also working together, solving problems together, and they might be again from different geographical places. I also wonder whether students would really know how to take a piece of paper and write it physically, because nowadays everything is on the computer. Then education will probably be free, but personal guidance, the role of the teacher will change, and we will become a facilitator. So schools will be a place where students will be responsible for their own learning. They will have more responsibility of learning something, and they would be engaged in higher order thinking skills. When we talk about Bloom's taxonomy, they would be working together collaboratively, and they will be able to solve problems which were not solved before. There won't be any fixed timetable or schedule like this, and classroom will utilize spaces in the most meaningful way. And as I said, the teacher will not be the only sage on the stage. The role of the teacher will be like a facilitator, and we will have different methods like blended learning, flipped classroom, and the possibilities are endless. So this is what the future is going to be when we talk about using technology. And of course, a combination of face-to-face education and technology is what I would personally advocate. But advancement in technology have drastically changed. Even the way we deal with mistakes earlier used to be with an eraser, then a whitener. And when we started using computer, now it is a matter of only 2 clicks. Now, this story of a thirsty crow. This is a traditional crow who was in search of water because it was very thirsty. Then it went from one places to another in the search of water. It could not find. Finally, it landed at a place where there was a small jar of water. But the problem was the level of the water was very low. So the crow had to get pebbles and put them into the jar one after another. Only then the level of the water could increase. This is what we do as teachers. We follow traditional methods when it comes to teaching. Now, I'm not saying traditional methods are not effective. We have had many great teachers because of whom, we could achieve what we are today. But we now need to change, because the digital natives, our learners, have different requirements, and we really need to teach the way they learn. And therefore, rather than following this traditional approach, now look at the modern crow. The modern crow doesn't spend time in getting pebbles and putting them into the jar. The modern crow uses a straw and drinks water. So this is how it can save much time. It is more hygienic. This is what is expected even from us as teachers. We need to modernize our methods. We need to have different pedagogical methodologies and teach So apart from the content knowledge that we have, we should also have pedagogical knowledge. And now the third category is technological knowledge. So we should be good at this. So we should know how to explore platforms of call, computer assisted language learning, and mobile assisted language learning in this light. Now, when we talk about language teaching, the field of ELT, English language teaching, has explored a variety of audio visual aids, right from a blackboard to what we have today, computerized digital language laboratories. So all these things have always been there as the time progresses. So from chalk and talk method to digital language laboratories, the teacher has to have good command over all these audio visual aids. This is what we witnessed in the last 25 years, and it's now time for us to be prepared for the next 25 years. Because when we talk about language, technology has always influenced the way we use language. When printing was invented, language saw different forms, especially in writing. When telephone came into existence, many new phrases were used for telephonic communication. Then broadcasting came into picture and language saw many changes. And now with the invention of computer and the internet, we again see many changes in language. So language keeps on, changing with the advancement in technology. And today the whole world has become a classroom. Language learning can be enhanced by everything that you can bring from outside to the classroom. And technology is really shaping the future of education. But now in this slide, what are the challenges? uh, there are many places where technology is still not available. Even if it is available, there are problems. So access to the internet and resources are not adequate. So we really need to keep these things in our mind. Then the interest level of the teacher really matters. If the teacher himself or herself is not interested in teaching online, then there would be a problem. So we really need to gear up, and we need to ensure that we incorporate technology, and also ensure that our students also have interest in learning. Anything can be learned fast if there is necessity or interest. So it is our responsibility to have interest ourselves, and then also encourage students to have interest in learning online. Then it is also very challenging for us as teachers to capture the attention of our learners and sustain it for a longer period of time, especially when it comes to online teaching. So that is one of the challenges that we face. Then engaging students, through interaction is something which many teachers don't do. They simply go on lecturing, and as a result, students are not engaged in the session. Then we have limitations in offering personalized learning when it comes to online teaching, and we also have limitation in offering personalized feedback. Another problem is how much screen time students should spend. If everything happens online, then there would be other, consequences also. And we always have invisible learners. If, many students do not turn their cameras on, so we have invisible learners, and this could be a challenge for many teachers. Then all things that we have been doing face to face, now they are suddenly moved online, and therefore there have been no tested pedagogical methods, and therefore we as teachers need to work on different methodologies which are used online. Now, what are the opportunities when it comes to online teaching? We have flexibility anytime, anywhere. We can access to different sources, and we can have access to global sources. Then we can also accommodate different learning styles. One of the participants asked about this in the previous session. Students have different learning styles, or what we call multiple intelligence, and technology can help you deal with all such students on different learning platforms. Then we can also have more interaction. We are always connected online. We can form groups. Students can also revisit lessons. They can practice, and at their own pace they can do this anytime. And this is self-paced learning. Even if somebody finds it difficult to understand concepts, he can reinforce, he can revisit. And we have multiple formats available. We can have text, we have video, and the possibilities are endless. Then we also have personal learning spaces available for students as well as teachers. And technology can also offer a platform for students, even those who are with learning disabilities, they can be there. And any teacher now can have global students with the online platforms. Another advantage is assessment has also become easier, and you can also have different results. So these are the opportunities in the online education. So in a nutshell, what I feel is we have ample opportunities in involving learners more actively, and we can integrate technology. We should focus more on integration rather than only having sources. Only having sources is not going to help us, because there are many colleges and institutions where, for example, language laboratories are always under lock and key. So only having a resource is not going to help us. We should think about integrating those resources effectively. And then we should also teach with technology the way learners live with technology. So we need to stoop down to their level and teach. And teachers need to use technology not just because it is a fashion or a trend, but it is the future that we are going to witness. Last but not the least, I would like to say that technology can never replace teachers, but if technology is given in the hands of teachers who are creative and effective, we can see a big transformation in the field of education. So our students should also be flexible. Like if this is a stick, this stick can also be flexible like a rope, and the same stick again can, rope can become a stick. So this is what students need to do. They need to have a flexible approach. Even we as teachers need to have a flexible approach, and we need to also consider about parents and employers, because it is said that hard skills, which are our technical skills, can only make us eligible for an interview, but it is soft skills that will give the candidate a job and will always help him or her climb the ladder of success. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, before that, I have to exchange my friends because she has an activity, another activity, so I have to exchange her position right now. So, thank you for the presentation. It's a very outstanding presentation about technology, teaching technology challenges ahead. Um, I do agree about your statement about the advance in technology have had a profound effect on the way we learn and the way we teach, because we know that even the effect of COVID-19 brings negative effect and positive effect. And for this, I think this is the positive effect, because as we know that in daily life, when we want to study, we have to go to school. But nowadays, we can just open the application to learn. We can access the material anytime, anywhere, like that. So let me check if there's question. So for the audience, if you have any question, you can use the chat box, or you may raise your hand. Actually, this is a very interesting material. So,
Thank you.
How the technology differs from engineering and medical field.
Hello, did anyone ask any questions? Sorry, I could not hear it. Hello.
Okay. We have.
How the technology differs from engineering and medical field.
All right. I think someone asked about,
There's a question.
yeah, how technology in engineering differs, differ from technology in medical. Now, when we talk about teaching English, we have English for general purposes, and then we also have ESP, that is English for specific purposes. And in the same light, I think when we talk about technology, we can also use technology for general teaching purposes and technology for specific purposes. So when I deal with students of engineering, I need to know different branches under engineering, like mechanical engineering, production engineering, electrical engineering, and so on. And accordingly, I need to incorporate technology. And then the same will be applicable to the field of medicine or medical, because the way they would be using technology now, especially during this pandemic period, we have witnessed how technology could help, or how there were many limitations in the use of technology in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. So there is much scope, and therefore we as teachers and researchers need to look at this. But I agree that yes, technology, the use of technology and its implementation will differ from one field to another. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My
Okay,
pleasure.
sir. We still have two questions. The first is from the head. Yeah. So, is there any suggestion for the absence of the students or their manipulation?
Okay, in the
That's
light of
the first one, and
online.
the second one is, how do we manage class size in the technology class?
All right. So to deal with the first question, when it comes to online teaching, now many students and they keep their mobile cameras or system cameras off, and therefore I said we feel as if we are lonely with the distant learners, and that really gives a different feeling. But this is what we have to get used to. When our learners are not visible in front of us and we are just talking to a camera, so this might give us a different feeling, but over a period of time we can do this. And we can also make our session engaging, interesting, and we can also request students also to start their camera and videos, so that it's like a face-to-face communication. So that is probably a limitation in technology, in using technology, but we can as a teacher encourage our students, and this is possible if we involve students. Like if I give some responsibility to students, this is possible that we can involve them. Like in my classes, I usually have a master of the day. So I have one student who plays the role of a master along with me. So if there are any activities like dividing students into groups, then he or she does that. So when students are involved, other students also get interested in listening to their classmates. And every day I have a different master, different student. So this is how we can come up with different methods, involve students. If we stop only lecturing, please remember online platforms, if we only go on lecturing, students will naturally turn off their cameras and they will probably just be there for the sake of being online. And therefore incorporating activities, and also taking students names. Like if I have students in front of me, I should take their names, I should interact, I should ask questions. And this is how we can get rid of with this problem, that even if students are only virtually available and if they are not seen, we can encourage them to come on the screen. Second question is, how do we manage class size in technology class? In fact, technology is a platform where we can deal with even small classes and even large size of classes, because technology can offer us a platform for reinforcement, practice, and the students can revisit. So it is just like a one-time investment. Nowadays we have many massive open online courses. So as an instructor, as a trainer, we have to only invest our time once. Once your videos are ready, you can reach masses. And therefore many all of us as teachers should also come with such books, so that we can reach masses. and everything is available, and students can get in touch with you through chats or through email messages. So that is possible with different learning management systems like Moodle and so on. So even dealing with small size of class and even dealing with large size of class is possible with the help of technology, which was otherwise difficult in face-to-face classrooms. Uh, and ideal size in learning, language learning classes is maximum 30 students. But now, because it is online, we can go for higher number, but I would strongly recommend to have maximum 30 students per class when it comes to learning languages, so that we can have activity and adequate interaction. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So I think it's enough for this session, and then we are going to move to the next speaker. I'd like to invite Dr. Ansa Yosef, a project manager for Upper Egypt sector in New Horizon, Egypt. Okay, because he's Rasa Yosef. Good afternoon from Maluku, ma'am. Okay, so I'll give you a chance for delivering your material within 20 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot, first of all. Thanks a lot for being with you today. Let's start. Okay, let's start our session today. And today we're gonna talk about the educational changes and opportunities of the coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic. Let's start. First of all, as all of us know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is causing more than 1.6 million children and youth to be out of school in 161 countries. And this is close to 80% of the world's enrolled students. All schools will have blended or purely online courses. Training in using teaching and learning platform will be available for both teachers and students because of the COVID-19 movement restrictions. So we have a question here. Why is there a need for change in education? Many things point to the need for meaningful change in education. Change around the world is driven by exciting new research on how the world works and how people learn. Learners must not only develop what they know, but also skills, attitudes, values that will help them be capable people. So, are there reasons for change and why education change? Let's see. First one, we are in the information age. New technology that supports learning is also driving change. New tools allow students to connect with others all over the world. Number two, a mountain of information is easily accessible with just the click of a button. The teacher no longer holds all knowledge. They are now a critical coach, showing students how to select, work with, add to, and apply information in meaningful way. So we have a common problem related to education. What are these common problems? Number one, first of all, we have 10 major challenges facing public schools. Number one, classroom size. When money gets tight, classroom numbers are often impacted. Yet most teachers agree that they cannot effectively teach every student in classroom, and this can we see this picture related to classroom size. We have also poverty. Students living at or below poverty law tend to have the highest dropouts rate. Studies show that students who do not get enough food or sleep are less likely to perform at their full academic potential. School know these truths firsthand, and despite efforts to provide students with basic essential, teachers, administrators, and no markers no, there is simply not enough to go around. Factors number 3, family factors. Principals and teachers agree that what is going on at home will impact students' prosperity to learn. Diverse, single parents, poverty, violence, and many other issues are all challenges a student brings to school every day. While some teachers and administrators try to work with children in less than ideal family environment, they can only do so much, especially when parents are often not willing to partner with the school to provide for children. Technology. Students are more technologically advanced than many teachers nowadays. However, a student's love of technology also tends to distract him from his school work. Bullying is not a new problem related to education, but it's one that has a profound impact on the learning attitude of many students today. Technology has given bullies even more avenues to torment their victims through social networking, texting, and other virtual interaction. Cyberbullying has become a major issue for school as evidenced by the number of suicides that can be directly traced by following events. The fact that laws are still fuzzy regarding cyberbullying add to the challenge since parents, teachers, and administrators are unsure of how to legally handle such issue. And as we see, this is some kind of bullying at school. Students' attitude and behavior. Many public school teachers are cite students' attitudes such as apathy and disrespect for teacher as a major problem facing school today. Next factor, no child left behind. Many students, parents, and teachers see no child left behind as a detriment to the public education environment for today. Next one, parent involvement. Some parents won't be seen for the entire school year, no matter what sort of issues might arise. Others never seem to go away, hovering over the child and teacher and interfering with the education process itself. There are ways parents can become involved and support their child's education at the same time, but teachers don't always get that level from parents. Next factor, students' health. Poor eating habits lead to the obesity problem, and this may also be contributing to lower students' achievement. Obesity also increases as students risk for other conditions like diabetes and high blood pressure, which could result in higher absenteeism and more academic issues. Funding is the most problem. Budget cuts have created huge problem for most public schools in recent years. Less fundings mean the smaller staff, fewer resources, and a lower number of services for students. So, do we have any teaching strategies designed to challenge and engage students in the educational process? Yes, in process, students' engagement refers to the degree of attention, curiosity, interest, optimism, and passion that students show when they are learning or being taught, which extends to the level of motivation they have to learn and process in their education. So there are 5 innovative teaching strategies that engage students. Let's see those 5. Number 1, inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning is one of the most powerful teaching strategy in the classroom. Because what is inquiry-based learning? Inquiry-based learning based mainly on research. The research tells us that students learn best when they construct their own meanings. Inquiry-based learning triggers students' curiosity. Teachers act only as facilitators during the inquiry-based learning process. We have also technique or strategy number 2, quick response or QR codes. QR codes are easy to create and have multiple uses in classroom at all grade levels. QR codes can lead students to inform just by scanning the code on a student's digital device. QR codes allow students to access information without leaving their seat. Students can even generate quick response code to showcase their learning with peers and parents. Research also confirmed that project-based learning is an effective and enjoyable way to learn. Project-based learning also develops deeper learning competence required for success in college, career, and so on. Project-based learner uses real-world scenarios, challenges, and problems to engage students in critical thinking and problem-solving, teamwork, and self-management. Once students solve the problem or challenge, they present their solution, by the way. We have also wisely managed classroom technology, and many schools have become one-to-one school. For example, each student has his or her own technology item, typically a tablet or a computer, to work with each day. In some districts, students can take the technology home to complete their homework, by the way. So teachers must use a technology in a wisely managed way and with a variety of activities. Several activities that lead to students' engagement are Google Documents, YouTube videos, Quizlet, Kahoot application, and the Remind app, as we will see later in our presentation. These innovative application and website can help teachers engage their students and remind them about upcoming assessment and homework, provide visual learning through videos, organize student learning, and provide group collaborative, and also provide check-ups on learning through games and online quizzes. The last one and the last effective way in a strategy in education, a game called Jigsaw. And Jigsaw technique is a tried and true cooperative learning strategy that helps students create their own learning. Students are arranged in groups and designed a different piece of information in their group. Students learn the piece of information well enough to be able to teach it to another group of students. So, and by the way, this is the formatting of this collaborative game. How can we play this game or to be effective in our classroom? Jigsaw will be in 10 easy steps. Let's see step number 1. Teacher should divide students into 5 or 6 person group. Each group consists from 5 or 6 persons. The group should be diverse in terms of gender, ethnicity, race, and ability, by the way. Step number 2, appoint one student from each group as the leader. Each group should have a leader, and initially this person should be the most mature student in the group. Number 3, divide the day's lesson into 5 or 6 segments. If we have a lesson today, I should divide this topic or this lesson into 5 segments or 5 topics. For example, if I want to talk about history, students, concerning Eleanor Roosevelt, I might divide a short biography of her into stands. A long segment on number 1, her childhood. Number 2, her family life with Franklin and their children. Number 3, her life after Franklin contracted polio. Number 5, her work in the White House as First Lady. And number 5, the last one, her life and work after Franklin death. Step number 4, assign each student to learn one segment. So we have 5 segments in each group, and each student should be responsible for only one piece of information. We should make sure that students have direct access only to their own segment. Step number 5, give students time to read over their segment at least twice and become familiar with it. There is no need for them to memorize it, just to learn the information. Step number 6, from temporary expert group form temporary expert group by having one student from each doctor group join other students assigned to the same segment. Give students in this expert group time to discuss the main points of their segment and to rehearse the presentation they will make to their group. Step number 7, bring the students back into their jigsaw group. And step number 8, ask each student to present her or his segment to the group. Encourage others in the group to ask questions for clarification. Step number 9, float from group to group, observing the process. If any group is having trouble, for example, a member is dominating or disruptive, make an appropriate intervention. Eventually, it's best for the group leader to handle this task. Leaders can be trained by whispering an instruction on how to intervene until the readers get the hang of it. Step number 10, at the end of the session, give a quiz on the material. Students quickly come to realize that these sessions are not, sorry, something went wrong, I'm sorry. Okay, just students quickly come to realize that these sessions are not just fun and games, but really count, and this is a story. We have a very important technique in education nowadays. It's called game or gamification in education, and its example. Gamification is one of the most popular and preferred trends of learning amongst students globally. Games help in situated learning, or to put in simple words, learning that occurs through immersive experiences. So this is the gamification, by the way, to get students involved in the lesson through only games. What makes gamification so appealing to learners or to learners? Gamification makes use of gaming mechanics such as badges, points, levels, or leaderboards, and apply these mechanics to the way a learning course is taught. This in turn improves the learner's motivation. Moreover, the design of game offers the learners the freedom to fail and to face and accomplish various challenges and goals respectively. So let's see the top picked game elements, which are a powerful vehicle for the learner. They are designed to enable learners to solve a problem, a crucial skill which is needed today and even tomorrow. Each game has a elements or factors included in this game. Number one, mystery. This element required the learners to fill the gap of known with unknown. How does it come? The learner has to use some information to fill this gap, but for that, they first need to find that information. For example, finding a hidden key to closed door. Number two, action. Almost every game starts with an action, the action that forces the learner to make a move. For instance, finding a map, searching a shelter, collecting pieces, etc. The action is used to engage the learners immediately. Factor number three, challenge. Every human feels pleasure in overcoming challenges. This runs in humans' DNA, by the way, and that is why game developers leverage this innate desire by challenging players at each step. Number four, risk. A game with no risk or of life or collective kinds is a piece of boredom. A game is always appealing if it comes with the risk of losing a life or a need to start over again or to lose all the collected items just because of a wrong move. Such game elements first challenges and then improve the learner's ability to focus and make a strategic move. Next factor, uncertainty. In this element, learners hold no idea about what may come next in their way. For example, can you solve the puzzle and move to the next level? Or you may get stuck in the round and require to start over again. Progress, visibility. Such a game designed clearly to tell the learners what must be done, where to start, and how long it must go on. For example, in Pac-Man, this is the name of a game, by the way, you know the remaining dots and throughout the stage, players follow through these dots, improving their performance and changes of success. Emotional content. Unlike learning modules, games bring up the emotion of anger, sadness, enthusiastic happiness, or frustration. In short, it brings out the most valuable human aspect of emotion. These game elements help in encouraging and embracing different human emotions. So, are there examples of gamification in education? Sure, we have. Here are some examples of game design which capture the learners on a much deeper level. These games help the learner to master the skill of or information as they put them to competition or challenge. Meanwhile, they also offer rewards and both positive and negative feedback. Let's start for the first game and the most important one. The game name is Medieval Swansea. This is the name of the game, and you can search about this game on the Google search. Medieval Swansea, and this is a highly interactive game, by the way. It's a historical game in which learners take up the role of a detective, students and the learner take up the role of a detective to solve an old mystery. The game can be played on all digital devices. The underpinnings idea of the game include various scenarios driven by different branches, character witness, and narrative stages, including progression. All of this help learners to follow their progress and to know what is left to be done. Every stage puts learners to a new challenge and provide them with instant feedback. The better they perform, the better they can move on in this game. And by the way, this is the picture, or this is the photo of the medieval Swansea. This is the picture on the Google site. What will be the next example? Let's see. Virtual reality house. Another game. At e-learning awards, the game has been awarded gold medal twice. This game has been awarded gold medal twice. The game comes with a scenario, based learning with different pathways for advanced learners and beginners. So if I am a beginner or I am an advanced learner, I can play this game. It offers the players with tools, fittings, and fixtures, the assets players in visualizing the real life setting. Moreover, learners learn through step-by-step approach as they follow through the steps of planning, installation, and costing. And this is a picture or a photo of a game, virtual reality game. This is a game. Also, you can search about this game on Google search. Next game, we have Duolingo. As for me, I consider this is not actually a game. This game is actually a language learning platform. The game offering a combination of paid and free components, free language learning and paid text translation. And like them, we have also memories and a Hello game. So let's talk about Duolingo. The game offers different levels based on the developed skills of the learner. It also comes with the features of website and documents translation. Also, the learners can look at other learners' translation, rate them, and provide feedback. If the students completes the task within the time limit, they earn points as well as a time bonus. Duolingo is definitely a great achievement in terms of gamification in education, and this is an icon for this game, and we can download this game from where we can website, or we can also from our mobile Android or Play Store. Dreamscape. This is the fourth game. Dreamscape is a simple learning orientation. This helps the learners to create exceptional flashcards to meet their learning capabilities. In such way, they learn the ideas in the most comprehensive manner, leaving out the ones they already know, since learners usually forget almost 90% of the material while studying, by the way. Dreamscape overcomes this issue with its smart flashcard. Teachers and students can create flashcards collaboratively using the scientifically proven system of study, and this is icon for a Dreamscape also. Okay, this is a Dreamscape, and we can see learn faster or fast learning. Next one, Nowhere. Nowhere in a traditional classroom, it's difficult for teacher to personalize the material. How can they personalize? The high achievers may not be challenged or the low grades might get frustrated due to the lack of motivation. But as we speak of the potential of gamification in education, Nowhere has enabled the instructors to personalize the course material in accordance with every learner's skills. How does it come? It's an adaptive math curriculum. So it's well related to math teaching, which enables instructors to provide personalized instructions to every student. It helps the students to get the experience and benefit of one-on-one learning. It helps students to break concepts in a step-by-step process and help them in learning with more depth and with consistent feedback and review to overcome weak areas. And this is a picture of a Norse math. This is a game, by the way. Next one, Vertomo Mix. Virtual Mix. This is the game, and this is game that offers extensive strategic learning for higher education. So this game is related to higher education. However, there is no age limit to play this game. The game is played by over 1 million learners around the globe or around the world. The storyline of the game revolves around an economy which is full of businessmen, scientists, students, interpreters. And as for me, I like this game very much. They live in a friendly yet business-oriented community. However, players have to use their strategic and analytical think experience and knowledge to implement impactful business strategic in order to bring exponential success in your company. This is Virtual Monix, and this is the game, by the way. It's a very complicated game, but so interesting, by the way. You can also search about this game through Google Play or Google search. And as we can see, this game, business simulation game, grow up your company from a startup to a global business empire. This is a marvelous, stunning game, by the way. So all of these games target any one or two game elements such as competition, time management, communication. Others, some enlighten creativity, while others ask for imagination. Regardless what elements they speak to and how they are designed, gamification in education is an incredible learning technique and a complete package of education, learning and assessment, and in the good learning environment.
Excuse me, ma'am, you still have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I'll be hurry up, thanks. Next one, the greatest challenge facing teachers today, as all of us know that teachers today have a lack of teamwork, empathy, and support between students. Teachers also working too many roles at the same time. No time to deal with a public function, teachers being made accountable for more than they should. A teacher don't have enough time to plan, and they have excessive paperwork for data collection. So what are the qualities of a good teacher? The ability, good teacher should have the ability to develop relationship with their students, a patient, caring, and kind personality, knowledge of learners, a dedication to teaching, and engaging students in learning. How can I make my class interesting? Me as a teacher, whether in high school or universities or all stages, I should incorporate mystery into my lesson. Don't repeat classroom material, and I should create classroom games as we see gamification. Give our students choices, use technology. Don't take teaching so seriously, and make my lesson interactive and relate material to our students' life. This is too personalized. So the biggest challenge students in the online class face, perhaps the most common challenge students face in online degree program, is the lack of face-to-face engagement with professors and other students. Online courses are typically conducted through a virtual learning platform. This platform may include reading materials, assessment, and even forum or chat room. Okay, we have 6 common problems faced by online students. The first one, adaptability. Switching from one campus to online makes the learning experience difficult. Lack face-to-face teaching and in-person collaborative. Students have to read and understand course material on their own. Next one, technical issues, and this is made due to unstable internet connection becomes a barrier or virus infection. Computer literacy, some students struggle to operate basic application software like Microsoft Office or PowerPoint, and some do not know how to troubleshoot common computer problems or errors. Time management, adults struggle to manage a job, family, and course assessment. Some fail to meet homework deadline, and this leads to stress and frustration for adult learning. The last one, lack of self-motivation. Some instructors don't explain in details and delayed response to queries students need to make and all-out effort to success in their online courses. They have to motivate themselves throughout their entire course. The last one, distraction. Social media website divert attention from the particular task. Continuous gathering at computer screen causes eye discomfort or irritation. And thanks for listening and watching. And I have finished my presentation. Thanks a lot for all of you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yusuf Rasha. Okay, we cannot deny that live with COVID era, many alternatives will be forced to develop to substitute the old style of functioning of man-machine and knowledge delivery. And as a teacher, we should provide the teaching strategies which is appropriate with the students. And then among of them, as has been explained by Dr. Rasa Yosif, innovative teaching strategies divided into 5. The first is inquiry-based learning, QR codes, project-based learning, wisely managed classroom technology, and jigsaw. And we have one question from Mr. Harziko. It's about, is it possible to make TikTok as gamification?
Yes, okay.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Is it possible to make TikTok as gamification? Because we know that in this era, many people, not only for children, but also in adult, they use TikTok for making having fun with their friends or with their family. So is it possible to make TikTok as gamification for teaching and learning?
To make TikTok, you mean the application
yeah.
TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok application as a gamification.
I think that it may be possible, but it will be related to education, to have a lesson and to make this lesson as a song. But I think this is not for higher education. And not all lessons can be applied to TikTok application. We also talk here about games and how to involve students in games to let them think and to let them solve the problem. Critical thinking, what are the critical thinking and what are the problem solving? To create in their personality the skills of critical thinking. But I think as for TikTok, it's some kind of entertainment, not some kind of gamification. But if I am a teacher and I will give a lesson, may I make this lesson through TikTok in an entertainment way? I think this is my opinion concerning this point.
So it just make for entertaining, right? For TikTok.
Okay.
Okay. Any other question from the audience? Let me check first. Okay, so for all audience, if you don't know how to speak in English, you may chat by using Bahasa or Bahasa Indonesia, and then we are going to translate it. Okay.
Any other question?
There's a question from the audience, and I thank you for the chance and thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, then we are going to the last presenter for this season. we have Dr. Said Nazul Fikar bin Tahir from Iqra Buru University. For Dr. Said Nazul Fikar, you will have 20 minutes for present your presentation. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator, and also I'd like to appreciate all the speakers today who gave many information and knowledge about the challenges faced by the our generation in education. Well, today I'd like to explain a little bit about the 4.0 challenges in education. I think I'm happy because I am the last speaker for today in this conference. I think all speakers already explained and explored much about the challenges faced by students and also teacher in this era. I mean in 4.0 or 4.0 challenges. So when we talk about the challenges, I think we have to make our perception that life is challenges. I think life is challenges. Even today also, we will face some obstacles and hindrance or challenges. So life is challenges. This is, I feel that we all have to make our perception that life is challenges. So what are the challenges in education field? I think the most challenges for our student today is about language, ICT, information and communication technology, and COVID-19 situation. So all those challenges should be faced by us. Then life is about how much you can take and keep fighting, how much you can suffer and keep moving forward. So no matter how hard the challenges you face in our life, especially in education, in teaching and learning our students, the teaching and learning process must go on. Well, of course, there are many challenges, many obstacles, many hindrances in our vocation or our profession as a teacher or educator. So I'd like to highlight here what the educator must do to solve the problem or to solve the challenges faced by our students. I'm personally, I never blame our student because the educator or the teacher job, the teacher job is how to make our student is smart and clever. So don't ever blame our student, even they have many lacks, many less in their score or their ability. So we have to try, we have to devote ourselves to make them as our students, a human life. So what is exactly what should we do as an educator? The first thing that we have to realize that the educator is not the one who teach in the classroom, but the most things that we have to realize that the teacher is has the what I mean, we have to realize that the teacher is a designer. When we find some obstacles or some hindrances faced by our student or the lack of their abilities in learning, so we have to solve, we have to realize that we are as an educator or as a teacher, we have to design So in design the learning or the material that we should give to our students, we have to pay full our attention to our student needs and also the situation in the school environment. So we have to identify what our student need. I thought that the previous speaker, Dr. Andia Sripan, already explained about how to conduct need analysis and situational analysis in designing our material before teaching our students. And I think also that Dr. Rasha already explained about how to gamification our material to make easy for our students in learning. Thank you very much, Dr. Rasha Yusuf, Mutsakirin Awi, ala bayanatik. So, as an educator, we have to design based on what students need, what our student need. In conducting need analysis, so we have to distinguish or differentiate between need and wants. Sometimes our students wants like what wants a gaming or wants some material, but it is no need for them. It is not a need for them. So we have to distinguish between what our student need and what our student wants. So we will focus on our student need, not their wants. And then we have to pay full our attention also to the situation in the school environment, to the facilitation in the school. If the school have no facilitation, have the school has no tools or media, so we have to design based on our condition, our school condition. Don't force yourself to design what not existed in our school environment. So for instance, in Indonesia, when we would like to design in the lack of tools or media, we will design the tools or based on our local wisdom or environment, school environment, or perhaps they will apply or upload the garden as the media for teaching. So, and then how to manage, because the teacher is manager. So the teacher can manage the classroom, the material from the beginning to till the end of the teaching and learning process. I mean here in designing and developing the material, in the material before learning is very important, and then how to manage the material that we already designed and developed for our student. Yeah. After design and developing our material and our environment or our school environment, class environment. So how to manage, because a teacher is manager, so how to manage our school, our class our class good. So the teacher can manage based on their facilitation in the school. For instance, they can use, for instance, in Indonesia, Dr. Rasa explained about game, how to use game. Yeah, in Indonesia, the teacher can design and develop their classroom using the game, local game in Indonesia or in some province in one province in Indonesia. It could be applied as a game, and then how to manage the game from the beginning till the end. And after managing the teaching learning process, of course, the educator must assess or evaluate. Here, of course, there is the difference between assessment and also evaluate. but it's general here how to assess the beginning from the beginning and till the end, or how the teacher can make some reflection to the process, to the teaching and learning process. So this is the job that must be realized by all educator or teacher. So we have to realize that we are designer, developer, manager, and also assessors to what we taught to our students in the classroom. Yeah. Of course, there are many models that we can design and develop our material here. And also, I mean, there are many models that we can adapt and adopt in designing and develop our material. Perhaps you can use the 40 model that by Tia Garajan. It is start from define and then design and then develop, and the last one, the last step is disseminate. And also we can use eddy model or Sure or board angle model or Hanafin and Peck model, or we can adopt Gerlach and Eli model in design and develop. But this is when we would like to conduct a research. But when we don't want to conduct a research before conducting our teaching and learning process in the classroom, we can just make a little need analysis and situational analysis without conducting a research, without researching. But yeah, it is enough to only use the need analysis to just identify what our student need and what the situation in our school environment. Yeah, here I would like to explain, because the hindrance or the challenges faced in this 4.0 or this era, we face the less of our students' skill in language and also in ICT, in information and communication technology skill, and also we face what situation from pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. So in teaching and learning in this situation, I offer a model, a simple model, because some previous speaker also previous speaker already explained about the using ICT and also blended learning and also the cyber learning. So this is just a suggestion or offering a model how to conduct our teaching and learning in this situation. Yeah, of course, the first step that we have to conduct, that we have to do is planning. So after analyzing the need and situation, we plan our teaching and learning process. We prepare the material that we will use, how to teach, what teaching model or teaching strategies, method, and approach that we will apply in our teaching and learning process. All those we are planned, we make plan. So what called by plan? Sometimes the teacher only make one plan, or what we call by lesson plan. Some teacher only use one plan in their teaching. So I like to suggest the teacher, before teaching and learning, you have to plan, you have to make 3 or more than 3 plan, because it is called by plan. If you only plan one thing in your life, so you will failure. When you got failure, you will drop and you will got stress. So you have to make 3 or more than 3 lesson plan. When you teach in the classroom, then for instance, the accident, there is an accident in front of your classroom, what will you do in that situation? So you have to prepare 3 lesson plan before conducting your teaching and learning process. So about independent learning, I mean that the material that the students can learn by themselves autonomously in their room or in their environment. Yeah. Then face-to-face learning also we can uh, adapt it because some area the government allow them to conduct face-to-face learning. Yeah. And then we can make some small group classroom. For instance, in the area that there is a forbidden from the government about the social distancing, so we can collect them, we can group them in a small group based on their address or their location, and then we can combine between online learning. So the combination of the online learning and face-to-face learning, sometimes they call it by blended learning, but blended learning here, I mean that we can combine between more than two technique or two method. So we can use independent, face-to-face, small group, and online such as synchronous, asynchronous. So we can combine between those things to solve the problem that we face today. And after planning what we'll do in our classroom, of course, we have to control our students. So the some participant before ask about how to control our students in online learning, and also already answered by the speaker. So here also we have to control them even in online learning or in face-to-face learning, also in small group or independent learning. In independent learning, we can employ the parents to control their children, our students. And also in online learning, so of course, the students have to show their video, not only their picture, but also they have to show their video. They have to on their video cam. And in implementing also we have to control. And the last things that we have to do is evaluation all the steps from the beginning, from the planning, and then implementation, and we evaluate all the process from the start till the end of our teaching and learning process. So based on our evaluation, we can make some reflection to the next meeting. So each meeting we have to conduct a reflection, so we can change, we can design and develop based on our students and our meeting classroom. I mean that being a teacher, being an educator, they have to be creative, they have to be smart in design and develop in each meeting, so that our student did not get the boredom. Yeah, we have to make some creativity in each of our teaching, in each meeting in our classroom. Yeah, this is only offering or suggestion for us in conducting teaching and learning process in the situation today that we face COVID-19 situation. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all my presentation for today. And I'd like to grateful and thanks to the all speaker who participate in this international conference. Thank you very much. And back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's because of there's calling to pray, so maybe we have to score for 5 minutes ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
sir.
okay. I'm so sorry. Um, I think that's the last presentation. While actually, we still have from
In fact,
Dr. Sargis
yes. You're
from
audible. Thank
Chris,
you. Thank you.
yeah, from Chris College Autonomous, Kerala, India.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So, shall I go on with my presentation? And you can hear me,
Yes,
right?
you can go on with your presentation, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, it's my pleasure to thank all the organizers and the authorities of this institute for giving me a chance to present my own ideas during this time. So I've been presenting a lot in Indonesia, and Indonesia has become, in fact, home, away from home for me. So I've been presenting a lot for my dear Indonesian people. So I'll go on to my presentation, and I would like to speak on some basic concepts of ICT in education during the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So we have been listening to a lot of presentations related to use of technology, but it's quite uh, interesting to reflect on what, in fact, why this ICT has become so popular, especially during these COVID times, and also before and after, especially in the new normal. So let's reflect on some of these ideas for next 20 minutes, and hope I can share my screen now. Yes. Hope the my screen is visible to you, sir. Okay, so I've titled my presentation ICT in Education in 4.0. So we all know these are the two questions which pops up in our mind. What should be the role of ICT in education? It's a very important thing, and we have been discussing it at length. An equally important question would be the role of education in the information era, also called Industrial Revolution 4.0. These are two equally important questions which are faced by us, educators, and also the students. So when we discuss, we should address both these aspects, the role of latest
Role of
technologies in
ICT.
education,
One.
at the same time, the role of education especially in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Hello, there's a lot of disturbance coming up. Okay. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Yeah. So to begin with, if I were to ask you, see, we have been discussing so much about ICTs. What word exactly is ICT? Okay. So when we think of ICT, it is in fact retrieving, transmitting, storing, creating, processing, collaborating, communicating, displaying, and receiving information. So it is a play with information. See, we have a lot of applications for retrieving information, a lot of applications, latest technologies for transmitting information, a lot of, applications, websites, and tools for storing information, for creating information, processing information, collaborating. So we have so many tools and applications, communicating information, displaying and receiving information. So the latest technologies used for all these purposes are togetherly addressed as information and communication technologies, the latest ICTs. So this is ICT. And when we go to education, this is another picture which tells us that our students are digital natives. Our students are digital natives, but some of us teachers are digital immigrants. So they are very familiar with these technologies, and they are familiar in such a way that they can do anything with these technologies. But some of our teachers are a bit reluctant in incorporating these technologies into our teaching learning process. But COVID has managed a kind of digital transformation of education. And when you think of digitization, I think everyone knows that everything can be digitized. Text, pictures, voice, video, everything. And these are the different, what do you call, aids that we use for our teaching learning process. Interactive conversations can be digitized. So in a way, the whole classroom can be digitized. And that is a concept of use of technology in teaching learning process, or digital transformation of education together. So when we think of ICT in education, there are 4 points that we have to reflect on. One is ICT as a subject. The computer studies will call ICT as a subject. But for other educators, ICT can be used as a tool to support traditional subjects, whatever may be the, and we call it computer-based learning, presentation, research, etc. Then of course we use ICT as an administrative tool, especially for office purposes, and also we have libraries, parent-teacher relationships, etc. Then ICT as a medium of knowledge exchange, as a knowledge exchange for teachers and students, and among teachers, researchers, etc. So when you think of ICT in education, if I were to present it graphically, it would be like this. See, ICT is in education. See, we have ICT used for teaching learning purpose, ICT used for assessment, and latest ICTs and applications used for professional development, that is for research and extension, and for ICTs used for administrative purposes. So when you think of teaching learning purposes, as it is shown here, there are two aspects. One is the content delivery, and the other one is creating the content. You need to create the content, especially when it is in online, which was not there in face-to-face classes, because we have a set syllabus which we need to follow in our classrooms. Even now we have a set syllabus and curriculum, but at the same time, the content, before it is to be delivered to the students using different platforms, we need to create it. So creating the content and delivering the content is the main aspect, and the different applications you can see here, the different applications which is used for content delivery and content creation. And then for assessment also we have polling, wikis, e-portfolio, Google Classrooms, quizzing tools, forums, survey, a lot of different applications which is used e-portfolio, okay, for assessment. So assessment also can be considered as ICT in education. Another one is professional development. Professional development, as it is said, we have so many different what I call digital publications, online courses, webinars, which we are doing now for professional research and extension, and for administration. we have all these different resources. So this is a slide which tells us how ICT in education is implemented in teaching learning area for content delivery and creating the content, then for assessment, professional development and administration. Now, it is often said that we learn 1%. So why ICT in education, especially now, and how effective it is? See, most of our teachers have their own doubts regarding effectiveness of using what they call online education, virtual education, etc. So it is one thing which we need to reflect on and convince ourselves, because when we use these technologies, everything is one click away. See, the concept of a world classroom, the concept of bringing world into the classroom. See, earlier we thought of teaching learning process, or earlier a good teacher was a person who considered, I mean, four walls of his classroom his world. But things have changed. Now, a good teacher is a person who can bring world into the classroom. And how can you bring world into the classroom? That is through latest ICTs, latest technologies. Not only that, see, the concept of we learn 1% through taste, 1.5 through touch, 3.5 through smell, 11% through hearing, and 83% through sight. So in online teaching mode, in blended learnings, we can bring the world into the classroom, a lot of visuals through latest technologies. So that is something we need to appreciate as far as ICT is concerned. Another important thing is we remember 20% of what we hear, 30% of what we see, 50% of what we see and hear, 80% of what we say, and 90% of what we say and do. Again, all these different aspects, let me tell you, all these can be easily given to our students through latest ICTs, information and which I showed you before. And now, hello? Hello? I think it's clear. So now, next one would be the Edgar's. I'm sure that you're familiar with the Edgar's cone of experience. And where simple verbal method, word method is least effective. We all know that it's least effective. But when it comes to the first, what is the first technology in the classroom? Of course, it is chalk and board. Okay, and the non-projected aids are often more effective than just the verbal technology, like chalk and board, charts, display board, etc. They are non-projected aids, and they are more effective than uh, the verbal method, which is least effective. And see the next one. The next one is a Pediascope. Projected aids. Projected aids are more effective than non-projected aids, and what I call the direct experience will be said experiential learning most effective. Nowadays, experiential learning to a certain extent for many subjects can be given through latest ICTs, latest what do you call, computers and information and communication technologies. So this is Edgar Deal's cone of experience, which is directly proportional to the effectiveness or the retention level of students. So here, verbal method is least effective and direct expense is maximum effective. So in a way, we have see the progression of different ICTs, different tools, different technologies in our teaching learning process, how effective it becomes. Now, what is the impact of 4.0? The industrial, revolution 4.0. There's a metamorphosis, there's a change of new processes and practices in all spheres of human enterprise. Okay, things have become very simple because of latest technologies, whether it is in banking sector or in medical, legal sector, everywhere they are using maximum of technologies in order to have, benefits for their clients. And that is one metamorphosis, a total change. Another one is 4.0 has revolutionized human interactions across the world. That's why I can be here in India, a corner of India, and addressing the whole world. Okay, so it has revolutionized the human interactions across the world, and of course, it is the emergence of village, global village. Okay, and we know whatever happens all over the world. So in this particular scenario, and our students being digital natives, we need to use latest technologies in our teaching learning process. And what are the educational implications of this, what they call it, sometimes called a gray revolution, information revolution, or industrial revolution 4.0? There's a tremendous challenge to teachers. That's one thing. for educators. First one is to rethink our basic tenets, basic principles and beliefs about teaching learning process. That has to be changed. And to deploy the media in creative and productive ways for our students, very creative and productive ways, and to restructure education. That is another thing, to restructure education to respond progressively and constructively to the social and technological changes. So it is a mindset, let me tell you. We have to restructure it. We are doing it, and we have been listening to many speakers speaking about this restructuring. But we need to include it, but that should be done in view of our students to maximum of restructuring so that they can get it easily and they can really enjoy the teaching that we do. There are so many things like gamification, use of artificial intelligence. Gamification is now order of the day, and latest technologies are used creative ways by teachers. So we need to restructure our education using the latest technologies. And let's think about our digital age learners. They are next generation learners. They are millennials. They are electronic communicators. We know the speed with which they often communicate. They are multitaskers. They can do many things at the same time. But of course, their attention span is short. So again, they need ICTs to bring them into the class. Okay, and they are multimedia learners because they were born into a world of multimedia. So just teaching one method, just listening won't be enough for them to learn. Just seeing won't be enough. They need a multimedia, a combination of all media, so they can learn comfortably because they are multimedia learners. They are online collaborators. So they are digital natives basically. So we understand that technology is at the center of their learning and interactions with information and knowledge. So naturally, we need to change our classrooms in such a way. Of course, it's maybe in the flipped classroom mode or in the blended teaching learning mode for them to suit the purpose. See, so there's a big role change happening to the educator, the instructor. There was a time when it was teacher centered, but now instructor is a facilitator, a collaborator, a coach, which would help or which would introduce all these different sources of information to our students so that students we have to monitor them. So these are all different sources of information which is open to students. So it's the duty of a facilitator, a teacher, to introduce all these different sources of information for the learning purpose for our students. So it becomes almost learner centered. Learners have a lot of options from which they can pick up, but the monitoring is to be done by our teachers. Okay, so when you think of ICT as a learning environment, there are so many different. See, it gives multi-sensory stimulation when compared to single sense stimulation in the classroom. Multi-sensory stimulation is often given through all different media. Then even the progress is multi-path. It's not single path progression, but it's multi-path progression. And often learning becomes exploratory and inquiry based. And we often complain that our traditional classrooms often teaching learning is quite passive, but it becomes very active, it becomes exploratory, it becomes inquiry based. And instead of reactive response in our classes, there is a proactive response. So these are positive things about this. Another one is ICT learning environment. There is always a stands for information exchange. In our classrooms, often what happens is information delivery, but here there is information exchange. And it is also student-centered learning when compared to teacher-centered instruction. In maybe in the industrial revolution for 2.0, 4.0, it's student-centered. Okay, because students have time they are given a chance to exchange their information, and information delivery more than information exchange is concentrated. Then it's a constructivist model of learning when other than the instruction occurs in small groups, teacher moderates. So naturally, constructive model of learning where students construct their knowledge and they become very active rather than passive. They explore. So these are some of positive aspects of use of ICT in learning environment. So instead of using 100% ICT, I would recommend a kind of blended learning situation, flipped classrooms where. So when you think of ICT or evolution of learning, See, this is it. We started with blackboard. Blackboard and chalk was one of the first technologies used, and now we are, at innovative technologies means latest ICTs. Okay, so we have passed through all this, and I'm sure it is the right time for educators and teachers to reflect where we are. At what point are we are? Sometimes some teachers might have reached only whiteboard and marker. Some are using OHPs and PowerPoint presentation. Some are using the latest technologies, maybe like artificial intelligence, gamifications, different sites. Some have reached only. So it's the time for us to reflect on what exactly is our point and where are we in this continuum. Okay, and then to wind up, I would like to say the successful implementation of ICT in education lies not in hardware or software, but in human way. And what is this human way? It is the teacher's ability to plan, design, implement, and evaluate effective pedagogical uses of new technologies. Because I'm reminded of TPAC model, where there is technology, content, and technological knowledge, content knowledge, and pedagogical knowledge, which happily blend to form a new teacher. So it's a question of mindset. That is human way. It's a question of mindset, not the question of skill set. Okay, so it's a human way. That is, not because we have hardware and software in plenty, but when we use the right human way, or when we have the human way, when the teacher has the ability to plan, design, implement, and evaluate effective pedagogical uses of new technologies and use it in their teaching learning process, they become the teachers of 4.0 and maximum use of ICT in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, and our students will be benefited much from that. And let's think, and even these technologies would become normal, and we'll be using these technologies just as we use our chalk and board or our what do you call PowerPoint presentations like that. Okay, so let's come to these technologies and use it in such a way so that we become smart teachers. So what we need is smart work rather than hard work. We need smart work where we'll be using all these different latest technologies. Of course, available technologies, let me tell you, because all technologies are not available. We don't need too many tools. Let's use the tools which we understand rightly, which we know. There is no use of so many resources. Let's know the resource first, understand it completely, and use them for the benefit of our students. So teachers, my dear educators, it's a time for us to use ICT maximum in our teaching learning process for the benefit of our students, our digital natives. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. So I wish everyone a very smart teaching. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Dr. KJ Fargas for the presentations. And
Okay.
from the presentation, I got that many people believe that information and communication technology or ICT can empower teachers and learners by transforming teaching and learning process from being teacher-centered to student-centered. And this transformation will result in increasing learning gains and motivation for students.
Yes.
And the problem now is wait, how? How the impact of information and communication technologies on students' learning achievement and motivation. Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, so the question is the impact of information and communication technologies on students' learning achievement and motivation.
Okay, so regarding student achievement and motivation, I would recommend a kind of blended learning style, which means we need this kind of social involvement or social interaction and what do you call socializing for the emotional touch should always be there. That can be given to our students only through this kind of face-to-face teaching. So if you can blend both face-to-face teaching and use of ICT, that is virtual learning, to a certain extent, we can meet the end. So 100% online education to a certain extent won't in a way contribute to the social emotional side of learning. So social emotional side of learning and even the motivation. See, students, in fact, they being digital natives, they are motivated by these gadgets and also, but that motivation is often short-lived. So there should be teachers in order to motivate them throughout the course. So a kind of blended learning using latest technologies, and also because certain things which cannot be done in the classroom, in the face-to-face classroom, whereas it can be easily given through the latest technologies. So let's blend latest technologies and also it would be a winning combination for this era 4.0. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, sir. Okay. Is there any question from the audience? You may raise your hand if you have any question, or you may chat in the features chat box in this platform. Oh, okay, sir. I
Okay,
think
thank you.
everything is clear.
Everything is clear. Sometimes
Yeah, everything is clear.
maybe everything is
So,
clear or nothing. I think it's everything is clear because I was speaking in a very simple terms, and other speakers were speaking
Yeah.
about different aspects of online teaching, learning, and different use of technologies. So I thought of just telling them the basis. Why are we? I'm sure that some of the teachers are still a bit reluctant or they are doubting. They're a bit suspicious of using latest technologies. Why? And they often think that the earlier one was better. Some of them are digital immigrants. Let me tell you, if you can blend both, we need both. Okay, not 100%. I never advocate 100% online learning, but if you can happily, judiciously combine our face-to-face classroom teaching with, teaching using latest technologies, I think it would be a winning combination. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you for the explanation. That's the interesting presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to invite Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan. Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan, are you with us now? Mr. Mahmud Abu Hassan? If so, maybe we can or we can invite Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan. Bilang. Okay. Dr. Muhammad Asif Khan. And for your information, that's because of one of our presenter is sick and he can deliver his presentation. And we have provided the link on YouTube. You can kindly watch his presentation on the link of YouTube that we have shared on chat box. Okay, I think the presentation from Professor Dr. Keja Vargas is the last. And finally, we come to the end part of our international seminar. We would like to say thanks to the presenter for the informative and interesting talk, and to audience for active presentation. Hopefully, this seminar will be beneficial for all of us. Thank you for your attention. Then we do apologize if you got many mistakes in this seminar. And the last, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you to all the speakers and the presenter and all the audience. Thank you all. Thank you. Sudah tetap makan kalau
Ibeng, kok tidak ulang.
Thank you to all the speakers. We hope we can collaborate in other chance or occasion in the next webinar. Thank you all to the participants as well. Okay. Dr. Albert, thank you. Okay.
Oke.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening everyone. Yeah, good evening from Indonesia, especially from Maluku is Indonesian zone. Thank you. Thank you. Let's end the meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Iben. Thank you, Vicky, Mr. Rizky. Jangan ketawa, Iki. Algoritma teleologi dan teknologi.